tell me sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね 全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Let's side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
kill of 2025. A new wave is coming to the LEC.
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! Forbid another. Drives already, but a drag fly. Their rapid, crazy minds brought the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue. Welcome back to Berlin as we continue round one of the LEC versus playoffs. I love the enthusiasm coming from the G2 fans. Here we're back at the studio, as we can see, with the beautiful trophy and the Demacia takeover that we have here at the Riot Games arena. We have some surprises for this, but we'll keep that for next week. All the weapons are here, all the fans are here, and the teams are here, ready again for a new set of games today. Jack Spectra, Dracos, how are you guys doing?
I'm just excited that we committed to the lore event, that no one is allowed to pick Galio because he's obviously there. And it's a GP scenario. This is 100% real news. It's not, don't trust me. But in general, doing pretty well. I really thought yesterday we were going to have 5 or 6 games. I thought it'd be a little bit messier. It was still messy, but we had the cleanish back-to-back 2-0s. And it was a banger of a day.
An eventful day, as I like to call it. When we look at the playoffs bracket here, Navi with a 2-0, convincing one, MKOI 2-0 as well. A bit more complicated game, I want to say, maybe.
I was so surprised. I thought Vitality MKOI, I thought that would go to 3 games for sure. I even thought Vitality was going to win, to be honest. But
I do feel like we've seen 3 games, though. The first one was in 2 parts.
The circumstances kind of muddy the water.
In terms of how long the whole time was, that should have been 3 games.
Doctor Strange put us in the timeline where Mirwin ran away from the Corki and knew the Corki was there. So all things considered, like, yeah, a bit of an odd day, a long game to cast, no doubt.
Yeah.
But at least it was explosive, and at least we finally got to see MKOI deliver on some of the, promises I think they've tried to make with this roster, that they're going to start doing better, they're going to be more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We've seen Navi where like they're thriving in best of 1, but the real challenge for them is going to be here coming in best of 3. So far, so good. I feel like they're adapting really well.
I was so happy with them. I think Relech, the fact that he pulls out the Zayn,
Yeah.
and just overall, the fact that they're able to transition BO1 prowess into BO3s. We've seen many teams.
Hi, Caps.
You're fine.
It's fine. This is live TV. That's how it goes.
We're going to
know
talk
that,
about Caps eventually. He wants to steal the spotlight, and he inevitably will. But back on Navi, I agree with what you're saying, Jack. I think Relech, the fact that even in the first weeks, we're like, okay, he's got 1 or 2 funny picks, as Odo would call them. He's going to go back to normal. No, they kept coming out, and now he's gone into best of 3. We're continuing to see him innovate, play a lot of champions that are very seldomly played anywhere else in the world, and it's really fantastic, again, to see a rookie who talks the talk and walks the walk, who's like, I've got this crazy creative champion pool, and he just keeps pulling it out to a ton of success.
Do we feel like the Zahen is going to be something specific to Navi, or is it going to be part of this double flex that we keep on seeing between top and jungle and something that's going to rise in priority?
I could see the flex pick nation rising up. We also saw the Dr. Mundo first pick from Vitality. That was also a flex pick. So I feel like Zayn, Mundo, maybe we'll Jace.
I think
Malphite.
we need a little bit more tape, though, because we've seen Zahen top twice.
Aatrox. I mean, there's a lot of top jungle champs now that you can flex.
Yeah.
So
I like the Malphite sneaking in there. And the Flexius, I think, is a good call. We still have the suit for what it's worth. Vedius just refuses to wear it. So please tweet at him if you want more Flexius. We see here, again, Paris, another player who I think has flown under the radar, but has kind of been reinvigorated on this lineup because he was a guy making so many of these plays happen.
Yeah, Paris and Samdi, he actually convinced me that Corki is a good champion, which that took some doing. I mean, he did so much damage, and he's been such a rock for this team, alongside their coach, The Rock.
Coming with the puns. Love it.
He's made a funny. He did good.
Quick question that I have for you guys, though, because best of 3, of course, it's supposed to be a new version of how we see the teams play the game. And so often we hear teams say, best of 3, we're going to show a different face, it's going to be a different team. Is that cap based from yesterday, or do we feel like teams actually improved compared to best of 1s? Because I don't feel like we've seen it much.
I think teams are starting to show a different face, but I think blaming it all on best of 1s is absolutely cap. Well, you look at teams like MKOI, teams like G2, and we'll see what form they come in today. You kept all your members, and you told me you can't roll over some teams that got assembled 2 months ago because there's one game. Suddenly having an extra chance is the difference.
I mean, the thing is, for example, you look at that Vitality MKOI game. Imagine that was the best of one and the pause thing doesn't happen. Suddenly that's just the Vitality that wins that best of one, right? But you see in that second game, MKOI, they have a much better draft. And it's clear that with the Fearless, with later on more champions, more diversity, more skill expression for the coaches, that favors them. I think it favors a veteran team like G2 as well. When you enter this best of 3, there's just so much more possibilities.
I agree with more possibilities, but I think it's on our players. It's less about Fearless. 10 bans is more.
Okay.
We're still seeing 90% vanilla ice cream drafts. Like game 1's Orianna Z, or game 2 we're back to Talia versus, I don't know.
Ari.
Okay, Ari is new. All right. So there is a little bit more, but generally, until we get into best of 5, I don't think we're seeing the spice that, that teams
Wait till
are
we
really
get to
saying.
best of 7. That's what we're really
Best
getting
of
to.
7
That's the real
Fearless
sauce.
is where we need to be.
One thing that I have my eyes on, especially coming into playoffs, and especially today, they're going to play the first game. We saw Caps earlier. It's going to be G2 versus Team Heretics. What is going on with G2? Because I feel like this team is a fever dream. Every year we come into the season, they have a bit of a slump during the first part of the season, then they wake up in playoffs, eventually make finals. More often than not, they win it. But G2, like, I don't know, like, I'm pissed at them, if I'm going to be honest with you guys.
I think it's fair. Okay, so I'm going to ask for a G2 fan's perspective because it's hard for me to say because we've talked about this team for too long. Do you just believe it? Like, this team can go, like, barely scrape into playoffs, look terrible. Do you just have full faith that they're going to be 100% when it matters?
Yeah? It's the script.
It's the script.
It's the script.
And like, the thing is, I hate it. I'm a part of the organization that in theory writes the script. I am so tired of the script, but I can't deny that it keeps ending up being true. I want to tell you that the sloppy performances we've seen from Hans, that Lee Sin game from BB, that like the back steps that this team have taken matter, but until they drop out of playoffs, it doesn't feel real.
This is all scripted.
It's like WWE.
Yeah.
You didn't see the note? I have to choke slam you after this, bro.
I mean, I agree. I think like Hansama as well hasn't been, especially the bot lane. Like Lebrov and Hansama, I thought with a year of experience that now they would be coming in as one of the best bot laners, but they've been like fine, mediocre. It's not what you want to see from this G2 lineup.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, they're a team that stayed together with the same coaching staff, with the same players, so we expect more from them. Someone that is going to be constant, always constantly good for the team, though, is the man in the
now
mid
you're
lane.
speaking my language. Yeah, Caps.
All
That's the man in the mid lane that we really need to talk about because he has been absolutely phenomenal. And there's one part of Caps' gameplay that I really want to highlight today as we walk past the G2 players here, and that is Caps' laning phase. Because that's been the #1 thing that has gotten G2 so many wins across the board. Just take his one game against Leader, where he got the highest individual CSD at 14 in the last 3 years. Now you might say, that was Leader, and he wasn't even on a melee champion. What's he gonna do, right? Okay, but here we got him up against Vladdy. He's playing the Orianna Azir matchup, and he's just outplaying Vladdy left and right. Dodges the Azir shuffle, and then ultis Vladdy, gets his flash, and forces him under tower. Now this does not result in a kill, but it's the lane lead that allows the pressure from G2 to get an invade off, and that results in G2 getting the blue buff. They kill Lospa, and then Vladdy TPs in because he wants to try to match Caps, but it's too little too late. Now Vladdy, having lost the flash, ends up dying as well, and it comes back to the #1 factor. It's Caps lane leads. It forces Fnatic to be stomped in their jungle, and Caps just keeps it going. He keeps it rolling. He's chunking Vladdy again in the mid lane. Remember, this is a do or die series. The winner of this series was the team that made playoffs, and Caps made all the difference. He chunks out Vladdy. Now you see Vladdy having to recall. Razork wants to try to help him. He can't, so this allows G2 to get the Drake for free, and it's just an easy pickings game for G2, and then the cherry on the top. I mean, we gotta talk about the 4-man Orianna ult. Of course, Fnatic kind of gave it to them a little bit, but come on, you know, this was when everybody knew that this game was just over. And now, back to my beautiful analyst. What do you guys think?
I mean, I'm inclined to agree, Jack. I think it's cool that we're seeing a different look for Caps. Not that he hasn't been a lane-dominant player in the past, but it's nice to see the lane dominance come through. It's not just flashy outplays. That consistency is such a big deal for the team. But I don't know. I just like, there's a part of me, there's this doubt in the back of my mind that we're just going to get a Craps day and it's all going to come crumbling down.
I don't know. It's giving BDD and KT roster right now.
Yeah.
No help. Absolutely solo. But the team is going to have to wake up here, especially going up against Team Heretics. And before we dive into that team, they had a pretty solid end to the regular season. And actually, I want to catch up with one of their players who was talking about best of 3 and what's to come for the team. Tracin.
I mean, our goal for playoffs is like just go as far as possible. I think we have big potential, a really high ceiling, and I think Fearless will be also good for us. I think we have really creative players in terms of champions. So in BO1s, as we could see, it was like Rumble, Cassandra, Sion every game, quite boring. But in Fearless format, I think it will favorize us, and I mean, we'll see what happens. I think if everything goes like right now does, our confidence is growing and growing. I think no one believed after the game against KCB that we will make it to playoffs, but we surprised everyone. I think we handled the pressure well. We'll see how well it will be in the matches with big stakes, but I have a really good feeling, yeah.
I appreciate the enthusiasm coming from the rookie here, but positively cautious here. Best of one, again, is something different, and I do feel like it benefited a team like Team Heretics. For me, the real trial coming in today is going to be against G2. They say they have maybe some spicy picks prepared and some creativity from the player. That's what I want to see from them today.
Yeah, and look, when we talked about this, we want to be clear here. G2 are still the favorites, despite this kind of sloppy performance from the regular season. So we were thinking, how do Team Heretics win this game? None of our answers were, it's time to cook.
To be fair, though, if you think about Team Heretics, like their crucial win against KC, for example, they flexed the Rumble. We talked about the flex picks earlier. And
that is a good point. A little bit of cooking.
Like, when they cooked, it looked pretty damn good. When G2 cooked with the Lee Sin top, it not looked the
We're going to hold on to this Lee Sin top. I like this. We're aligned to just continuing to browbeat them on the Lee Sin top. But you're right about the Rumble Jungle with the Aurora together. That was good. The one thing that I want to keep intact no matter what is that man in the bottom lane. That beautiful penta-killing machine in Ice. Because, look, a lot of the games have been sloppy. They've been back and forth. But when it comes to these late-game fights, I don't know if it's them setting Ice up for success or Ice just being on that level, but he is so consistently carrying these big team fights, and it's not an easy angle to play for. Going late against G2, not falling too far behind, but if Ice is in a good spot, I think they can do it.
I mean, 3 pentakills. Will we see 4? Could be. I mean, it's absolutely insane, his performance. The fact that he's been such a rock for this team and just so stable, no matter, like, his team can fall behind, his support can have a bad game, and he still is just pumping damage, carrying the team fights. He's had a statement game on the feelers, but he's also shown that, for example, in the KC game, he can play a mean Jhin too. So I think right now the meta is perfect for Ice, that he can play both the hyper carries and he can play the utility role. It just allows them to have 2 avenues of success, so both his team can carry and he can be the main player, as you said, Dragos.
And playing into G2's weaknesses of being a pretty weak bot lane right now, so maybe an avenue here for Team Heretics. I do remember Heretics last year and the memes that they've created themselves when I have talked to Sheo after an interview. Passion, aggression, vision. Adding the pentakills maybe this year this time around.
This is the key. Sheo, Carlson gave us the path forward to victory. Ice is going to be the one to bring it home, even though it looks like we wrote it in crayon. This is, you have to like, sometimes Delulu is a Solulu. You have to believe in the vision. You have to believe that you can win. So, you know, look, it's an uphill battle. Ice, pentakills, some cooking in the jungle. It's the start of a recipe. They need to put the pieces together.
I think drafts is so pivotal. Like, if Team Heretics gets a good draft, if they can have a creative place pick, I think they've also shown great success on the Mundo, which is also a great flex. That, for me, is like the #1 thing that I'm looking for. Everything else is icing on the cake. The pentakill would be really nice for Ice, but that's not what they're need to win.
And we didn't see it in the script. Again, we have Chokeslam Jack, we have G2 win everything. Ice Pentakill wasn't there this time, but maybe, who knows?
If we've been playing playoffs like we've played regular season, Heretics could end up in finals. Again, Delulu is the Solulu here, and maybe that's what they're going to need coming up against G2. Casters, take it over.
Wow, they've handed it over to us with a whole 40 seconds to go, guys. What are we going to talk about?
Medic, don't do it.
Man has a new obsession that we need to steer very quickly away from.
Don't do it.
Heretics have right of first selection in this series. They have chosen blue side. G2 will choose second pick. As a reminder, when we get into draft, the player names will be under the players on the screen. That could lead to us having red side first picking on the left side of your screen.
Yes.
Apologies if you're confused. Honestly, it takes like 30 seconds to understand it. I still don't.
The easiest way is Heretics is on...
No, don't even try, Benny. Don't even try.
Just look at the nice pictures. That's all you have to worry about.
Oh, here we are, taking to the stage for our third series of playoffs. It's Heretics and G2. Heretics off a fine run of form at the end of the LEC versus split. G2 really struggling to find their form, only just sneaking by in that final series versus Fnatic.
That final game, though, was quite one-sided.
I mean, that's been the story of G2 Split. Like, they have really one-sided wins,
That's true.
and they have really one-sided losses.
That's absolutely true. But I think that it's one of the challenges of being a caster for G2 is that when playoffs rolls around, they do have this habit of ignoring everything that happened in the regular season and then really locking in. Last year, they made it to every single final. They did only win one of the 3, but that doesn't change the fact that this roster did make it to all of them.
It's true.
It's part of the reason why they did keep this roster as is. They believe in the project. And we'll see now if they do, in fact, lock in for playoffs. Because I know, Dagda, you have a fun stat for us in the matchup against Heretics.
Yeah, Heretics have never taken a G2. So 12-0 to G2 at the moment, which is a pretty good statistic if you're a G2 fan.
Not bad.
But I do think Heretics have really stepped up. I mean, we already kind of talked about it, and I think a lot of that does go down to that bottom side of the map. Ice has been playing absolutely spectacularly. Like, it is a joy to see what this man has been able to achieve coming onto this roster, and I think that's where a huge amount of the focus will be coming through from G2 in trying to keep Ice in check, because if you don't, he's more than willing to take over a game.
Yeah, winning 4 of their last 5. Heretics on a bit of a tear. Their loss before that, though, was to G2. So it's one of their most recent losses for them in LEC versus. We are going to get into picks and bans. Heretics on that blue side are going to remove the Azir to kick us off. And on the red side, G2 will get rid of Varus.
So nothing too surprising here. Caps' Azir is something that many teams fear. The question is, do they want to get rid of the Orianna as well? How much focus is going to go towards that man in the mid lane? Because the reality is, as the desk was talking about, through the inconsistencies of G2, Caps is still Caps. He has been one of, if not the best performing player from the regular season.
I am also curious what happens with things like the Jarvan. It's become one of our standard bans coming through because it does, you know, interrupt things like the Orianna or the Taliyah that you want to try and play in that mid lane. So I'm curious if G2 try to ban it away, or if we end up seeing that kind of early rotation here from Heretics. Could be an option.
Heretics have leaned a little bit more towards the Mundo in the jungle for Sher. He's played that. It's actually the only champion he's played more than once through LEC versus. So we'll see if they decide to go that. They have got themselves that first pick. We'll remove the Nico as their final ban. And G2 with the Varus and the Rumble bans, nothing too surprising here as of yet.
Okay, with the Nico taken away. I mean, yesterday's series, we didn't see a huge priority on the Nico bans. It's G2 to actually take the Orianna away. Looks like Taliyah naturally rises in priority, so that potential for the Taliyah Jarvan that you were talking about. But there is the Mundo that you discussed as well, Medic. I feel like many teams have recognized the Mundo just feels like a very strong champion in the jungle. I believe it did lose yesterday, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still a very powerful champ.
Yeah, Mundo really good, especially in Teemo decks. His might is increased by the amount of cards in your trash. Super powerful unit.
The thing I'm curious about, though, is because, like, to me, this said that they feel like they're trying to bait for something like a Rise here for Saren, because you know that Caps wants to try and take an Anivia into that matchup. So it could be where you're looking at, well, looks like maybe Vi and now Taliyah to try and take in towards that mid lane. Now that you already see that the Mundo's taken away, because as I was saying, that Jarvan kind of puts some pressure on towards the mid lane champion pool, but with both junglers in theory taken, you should now be fine.
I mean, while we do expect this to go into Sherry's hands, let's not forget the flexibility of the Mundo as well. One of its biggest assets of what we've been seeing more in the meta is utilizing these jungle flex picks. It was a big conversation yesterday, especially coming through from Na'Vi and Vitality. But now, with the Rise locked in for G2, this does mean that Seren can bring out his Cassio once again. He's already showcased it once this split, and it is a very good matchup into the Rise as well.
Currently, Heretics taking their time about deciding if they want their Cassio immediately. The Rise 4 Caps, 65% win rate on it all time, just a little bit above his 64.8% win rate through his career. There's the Anivia lock for Heretics, though.
Yeah, I'm curious if they end up going to Corki or Yunara in this situation, because with the Anivia, you kind of want more short-range champions, and like things like the Aphelios that try and play into it so you can lock them down. Yunara has some range and also that dash, which kind of make her a little bit worse, but I think you kind of have to take the Corki. And then you can try and ban away the Yunara on the next rotation. But at least if you're Corki, you've got that Valkyrie to kind of get around a lot of what Anivia is bringing to the fight.
Would make a lot of sense. Heretics going to look towards putting ice on something he is very comfortable on in the form of the Aphelios. It is the first Anivia ever for Seren that I can find, so he has been learning some new tricks across the course of the last split or so. G2 likely to go towards their AD carry here to make sure the AD carries don't get too pinched. The Corki is something, as you say, Rob, that could be really powerful for them.
How will the round out come through for G2? Looks like they're going to go for the Bard. I mean, Bard is exceptional into low mobility carries.
Yeah.
His ultimate is such a fantastic tool at locking them down. And I feel like pros over the last 2 years have, I mean, I'll say drawn inspiration from Carrier, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But ultimately, I think that he has been a fantastic demonstration of what the champion can do. And around the world, it feels like Bard players have become so good at utilizing the flexibility of the champions to create ganks, disengage from fights, save teammates, create initiations. Overall, a very versatile champ that also you can now ban away some of the difficult champions that deal with him, in particular those hook champions like Thresh and Blitzcrank.
And also just the safety tools, right? Like trying to get out of that ultimate in the Temporal Fate, which is very nice having that Lantern. I am curious though, because like I think now that the Aphelios has been taken, you've still got too many options in the AD carry role where you can take Yunara, you can take a Jinx.
Yep.
There's not really any backline threat for something like a Jinx in this scenario as well. So I think it's now, as you can see, going to be more of a focus away from that bottom side of the map and kind of just saying, look, you're going to be fine for whatever hand Samo wants to take there, so let's focus elsewhere.
I do like the Cannon ban from Heretics. If you have a good Tempered Fate, Cannon just standing on top waiting for that golden to expire, and then a huge slicing mouse from across, you can cause a lot of damage. Nautilus, the next ban for G2, another hook champion into that Bard, and there's the Ezreal. Heretics trying to get rid of some of the safety that Han Summer could have in the bot lane.
I wonder if Heretics is thinking about scaling, doubling down even more, going for something like the Lulu and just playing a little bit more of a range versus range bot side matchup, or whether they feel they need more engage. Blitzcrank could be something that they consider. Not the strongest combo when paired with an Aphelios, but something that can catch targets like the Bard out. G2 though hovering a few AD carry options.
If they go for the Kalista, they're really looking for, well, they're still looking for a pushing lane if they go towards the Caitlyn, trying to make sure that Ice and Sten do not have an easy time down towards that bottom side. Should be able to get pushed early. And you talked about the Lulu. I wonder if Sten might look towards something like the Karma here, just to try and get some counter push.
Yeah, that was my thought as well. I think Karma would be a great pick here. You end up, as you say, having some ants in the push, you get the movement speed as well to help out with some of the things like the Tempered Fate, and just making sure that this Aphelios is significantly safer. Also, the Cannon ban says to me that maybe they're looking at something like a Renekton for tracing on that top side, just to try and make things a little bit easier, but no, they're just going full scaling. All they want is that big, beefy front line.
Went full scaling and didn't pick the Cassio. It's kind of a flavor fail there all around by Heretics, but I do like the Sion in the top lane, as you say. Just looking to scale, gives you good follow-up engage as well as the Mundo tries to step forward. The Sion goes in with the Unstoppable Onslaught, tries to get on towards that backline, can avoid the Tempered Fate with his own ultimate, using that Unstoppable to not have to stand still. Sten goes Pike into this Caitlyn Bard bot lane.
I mean, I like hook champions into Bard. I think that it gives you a lot more threat in lane, but into a Caitlyn lane I think is quite ambitious. The Gwen response comes through from G2 for Broken Blade in the top lane. A good scaling matchup to answer the Sion provides G2 with fantastic side lane options later into the game. Both Ryze and Gwen can basically play away from the 5v5s, which is very much what Heretics are going to be looking for. A very stock standard front-to-back team fight scaling composition that's likely going to be looking to leverage those dragons and neutral objectives to force fights against G2.
Yeah, and I'm a little worried for Heretics in the early stages. Like, you lose top push, you lose bot side push, your Nivea kind of comes online when she hits level 6, but actually having any sort of windows to help on this bottom side of the map are going to be few and far between. And you've got a Mundo, who doesn't really bring anything when it comes to these ganks as well. So I think the most dangerous version of G2 is when you give them to tools to take over an early game, and I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing here on G2 side.
G2 looking to continue their run through playoffs. Last year, didn't miss a single finals. Here, the first step on that road is Heretics, who have struggled in playoffs in the past. Last year, we saw them losing 3-1 to Vitality, getting knocked out of the summer playoffs. Before that, their highest placing, I mean, you have to go all the way back to summer 2023, where they finished 4th with that VTO Flakked, Jankos Evi, and Mercer roster. It's been a while for them. Perhaps their fine run of form at the end of the split can continue going into playoffs, but it is a mighty 7th seed that they are going to play up against.
Yeah, I mean, you don't normally expect to see G2 coming in as the 7th seed, but as you both have highlighted, it's been a very inconsistent regular season for G2. They kind of needed that win against Fnatic to lock themselves a spot in playoffs. And so now that they're here, we'll see, will it be playoff G2 or will it be regular season G2? As the laning phase kicks off, and both junglers starting on the top side, pathing towards bot. Kind of what we've been seeing from pretty much every jungler in the meta right now. Top lane often left on an island. Especially, I think Broken Blade's going to be pretty happy with that as well. He just wants to sit back, scale against this Scion, and have a free lane.
It does make things a little bit more interesting for Sheo, though, because I don't feel like he's going to have much control over this bottom side. So it should give G2 the option to go for that early crab, take that, and then kind of have that advantage already going on towards Skewmont. As you already said, like, I think Broken Blade should have a good time here in the top side as well. So the potential here to try and force double crab is actually there for G2.
Yeah, you can use those pushing lanes to really allow yourself an easier route through the jungle. Skewmon will be spotted on a ward as he goes over to his Razor Beaks. I don't believe Sheo's been spotted anywhere, but the expectation is that he'll just try and power farm. Mundo's so quick on his first clear. You can see already almost a full camp ahead of Skewmon on this pick. And Sheo's had a really good time on this as well. Only lost one of the 4 games that he brought it out in regular season, LEC versus. Don't really know what to call it sometimes because I'm used to so used to saying winter. It's not winter, it's just LEC versus, but we're still in LEC versus. We're still in the playoffs.
Because if you looked outside, it's definitely still winter.
Yeah. One of my favorite German expressions is das ist Schnee von gestern, which means that is yesterday's snow or like yesterday's news. But it's Schnee von every Tag at the moment. It's every day. It's just snow.
On every Tag.
Alles Tag or whatever. I don't know. I don't speak German, guys. I don't know why I brought it up. Let's get back into League of Legends. As Rob said, as we were building up to this match, it's been a pretty one-sided story as Seren is going to lose the egg here. Caps with the Ghost looking for a little bit more damage as he goes in. But won't be able to take out that Anivia. Does burn the passive for now. And pretty one-sided for Caps in the mid lane, as it has been one-sided for G2 across the course of these two teams head-butting.
Yeah, I mean, all-time, Heretics has not been able to find that victory against G2, and they're looking to try and challenge that today. They've come with this composition as they fight for the crab, but he does secure the smite. And that mid lane depth is one of those weird ones where you could even argue that it was tactical in a sense, just because you get all of your HP back after taking a couple of rough trades. Forces as well the Ryze to go back to base, and the wave is now in a really good spot for the Anivia, getting an early tier, so going to be pretty happy with that. Now I will say, as a small, oh hang on, this second crab.
So Skewon does have smite, and Broken Blade's already worked his way down from the top side. I think Sheo and Seren should just back away, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Sheo's smite still half the way before it's back off cooldown. Skewon will get it, crystallize down. Skewon takes a bit of damage in response. The root coming out is the flash forward from Sheo, looking for more damage onto Skewon here, who does have a flash and will use it over the wall. Escapes with a cleaver, still clipping his back.
Yeah, it looked like Seren wasn't ready for the play from Sheo there, but Sheo flash in front of it. I mean, it burns the flash on Skewon, sure, but not really any follow-up there from Heretics.
Yeah, I think that it was more of a reactive thing where Sheo saw an opportunity and he tried to force it, but I don't blame Seren for not being ready. The heal comes through.
And the smoke's going to be ignited. Magical Journey rooted, but he gets through to the other side of that portal just in time. We'll not even eat up those Caretaker's Shrine, just recalls, and we'll get back to the lane with the Home Guard Sten. Still looking here. Ghost Water dive forward. Bone Skewer doesn't connect onto Hansama, who can just walk away.
Trading happening across the rift right now. HP is getting lower and lower. Base wants to come through from Seren though. I will note, Anivia builds, recently from Caps specifically, he likes to do things like the Rod of Ages and to immediately start building damage. He prefers to have that Anivia online earlier. By going for the tier into the rower, you delay your damage quite significantly, but naturally it does give you better scaling, a little bit more defensiveness as well, because you do get that Seraph's shield. So we'll see how things pan out for Seren, because as you mentioned in the draft, Medic, Heretics is going full late game with this composition. They really want to slow the game down. They want to inhibit what G2 can do in the early game. So far the laning phase is pretty even across the boards, but ultimately that's the kind of game state that Heretics is looking to keep.
Small flash frost there from the Anivia. Just stopping what we were seeing, but it seems like we're back to normality, as it's a small lead for G2 in the early game. Broken Blade leading in the top lane. No real surprises there. Gwen into the Scion is a favorable matchup for the Gwen, and then Caps with a small lead in mid from the plate that he's collected.
Both junglers just have done the trick to get your smite upgraded as well, where they've reset a little late to get your one upgrade, and then they're going to take your camp for Skewon. Sheo just held on, but with Sheo going for this later reset, does actually open up a bit of a window here for him to take Dragon, as Skewon is still on this bot side camp.
Sheo's going to start it up. In fact, Cleaver doing percentage HP damage means it's pretty easy for him to chunk away at it. But Caps has 6 in the Realm Warp. 7 does have his ult as well. Sten going in the realm, walk behind as Ice looks for the damage. LeBron, once again, a magical journey just gets him to safety. Sten looking for it. Caps goes in with the Rune Prison, the overload. Can't quite get the damage, but in the end, he catches out the Ghost Water dive from that pike. Caps with the first blood of the series.
Nice play from G2 as they look for a little bit more ice, so I think he has the distance.
Voltbreaker coming out, Hans Summer flashing for it, looks for the build over Peacemaker and finds his man. A headshot from Hans gives G2 2 on the board.
I wasn't expecting them to get that second one, but Lebrov with some fancy moves. It looked like that he was dead to rights, but just at the right time, he was able to get the portal down and escape to safety. This forced Team Heretics to overextend for that kill and put them in a tricky situation.
Yeah, and it was just a great move from Caps here. Ends up rotating off of that mid wave and immediately realm warping into the position to cut off Ice from having any sort of escape route. So with Sten's now gone, Ice wants to try and take the fight forward as Sheo ends up being forced out on that top side by Hans Sama and Skewmond. And at this stage, Ice, I mean, it's 4 versus 1. The lad doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, good spot out as well on that Caps realm warp, just because you can see how quickly Heretics just split apart. The fight became so divided, and just like that, G2 find themselves 2 early kills. No dragons secured just yet, but I expect that to be the objective that both teams will be setting their sights on soon.
Yeah, Hans Sama now 700 gold ahead as Broken Blade using the needlework forces Trace into flash away. And G2 now with that advantage on the bot side, the BF Sword Zerka's already complete for the Kate. It's going to be so much easier to get the pressure in this lane. Do need to be a tiny bit cautious because you don't have your flashes, and a good Bone Skewer into Phantom Undertow could cause you to go swimming with the fishes. But assuming G2 play it safely, they have a large advantage now.
This is what we were talking about, though, with the drafts. Like, giving G2 pushing lanes where they can rotate around the map, especially with Caps, is always going to be when they're at their most dangerous. And Heretics are kind of giving them that window when they're taking fights like this. So now you're in a position with Skewmon on the bottom side. Sheo could try and go for cross map and look for those Void Grubs, but G2 should be able to start stacking these dragons now with the position that they're in.
I'll also say Void Grubs not as effective when you don't have pushing lanes.
Yeah.
It's like, you really want to be playing around these dragons, you want to be building towards team fights, because that's where Heretics composition really comes online. If you're getting the grubs and you haven't hit a tower, it doesn't really matter. Only mid lane tower has taken a plate. There's a ward here on Sheo and Sten as they look for Lebrov and Hans Sama. Control ward in the bush, keeping Lebrov safe as houses. Ice is going to move up. Lebrov doesn't have that flash, but does have the magical journey. Dragon down to 3,000 as Skewmon continues to punch first and ask questions later. Sheo stepping forward now has the maximum dosage. Temper Fate connects on Ice. Sheo steals away the Drake. Sheo using that own mode, the flash cease and desist going on to Ice. He's been left to the wolves. G2 will take the kill, even if they lose the Drake.
G2 collapse well, and Heretics, they try to take the fight, but they're already behind. And with Lebrov hitting the nice Tempered Fate, sets up easily for the G2 play.
I do wonder if Heretics overall still feel quite happy about this, though, because by denying the first Drake, it gives them time. Remember that this composition wants to scale, and if G2's able to stack the dragons, it puts more pressure onto Heretics.
Oh, Sten, why are you backing here? Why are you backing here? A Cosmic Binding. Sten will be able to dash across the wall, but the chase comes out from Skewmon. That was foolhardy, to say the least, from Sten.
No vision, no information. He gives over another kill. And now Hans Sama and Skewmon are off to the races with how accelerated they are in this early game.
And that's my biggest worry, is just 1,000 gold lead coming out of this bottom side. You still are only going to accelerate that even further with more of these plates being available on this bot end. And sure, you got a dragon, but I still think Caitlyn going to be very happy with the position they're in to just continue racking up more and more of this gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's the trade-off, right? On the one hand, just sitting there saying, hey, we got a dragon, we can potentially stall things out. We don't have to fight them for the next one or even the third one. But like, okay, what are you going to do about the Caitlyn right now? Because that Caitlyn sees your towers as pincushions that she very much wants to take out. So in a fantastic position, Hans Sama is going to return to the bot lane with a 900 gold lead, quickly working towards that first completed item. And yeah, I mean, G2 now just need to leverage this early game lead that they've built. 2.3k the advantage. And this is not even factoring in Broken Blade building his own lead in the top side as well. He's gotten himself about a 550 gold lead in the top lane. Very much what we expected from the Sion versus Gwen matchup. But he's going to continue to ramp up. So it's not like G2 don't have scaling options of their own. They want to be playing this 1-3-1 style and trying to play the whole map.
For Heretics, about 2.5k down, something they didn't really experience too much in the latter half of the regular season. They were actually in prime position in a lot of their games. In the last 2 weeks, they managed to go 4-1. As we see the ace in the hole coming down onto ice. Had gold leads at 14, high grub percentage, high herald percentage. Here they have been able to pick up those first 3 grubs and the Drake because of that Sheo steal, but in terms of gold lead, it is not looking too sprightly.
And I think a lot of that was because we saw Heretics, finding windows to play around this bottom side, getting Ice into a position where he could be the carry. And I think that's kind of the idea with this composition as well is, hey, we're going to have you on Aphelios, a very comfort champion for Ice, and have you scale into the later portion of the game. But I think what's missing is those same tools from Heretics to try and enable plays around this bottom side, or even like the likes of the Orianna that we've seen paired with this Mundo so frequently for Heretics that kind of sets up for these flash plays with Sheo at Dragons.
I also think that, I mean, this is a bit of just me speculating more than anything, but it feels like in best of ones, scaling just has an inherent advantage because people understand that a loss holds more weight. But in the best of threes, I feel like especially good teams are a little bit more willing to take those risks and trust that if things go wrong, there are ways in the series for you to come back. And so this constant scaling approach, I don't think is as reliable, at least in the LEC, just because teams are willing to be more aggressive and take more risks. And so far for G2, a lot of the skirmishes, a lot of this aggression is paying off.
And I think, well, I was just going to agree with you, Betty. Like, the reason we're seeing this pay off for G2 is because they're going, hey, we have a pushing lane, let's make plays.
Oh, ice clipped by the Temper Fate. A snap trap underneath his feet. Immediately uses the Moonlight Vigil with the Severance to try and heal himself up, and it is enough. Good rotation of the guns, but with the Realm Warp coming in, Ice now needs to dodge the ace in the hole. Caps going forward, doesn't tank the tower. Labrov does instead, takes a couple of tower shots. Hansama gets the headshot for the shutdown, and Caps will get another 6-0 now, G2.
Great roam from Caps to help out on the play, making sure they're able to solidify the kills, more plates, and you've even got Skewmon covering that mid push as well, so they don't overall lose out too much on the play.
This is classic old school Caps, the man that spent very little time in mid lane and more time roaming around the map. He gets a nice Realm Warp in. You can see he pushes in that mid wave, moves into the Fog of War. There is that ward that's supposed to spot him, but I don't actually think it sees him move into the... I mean, they even ping it out, so he's able to sidestep it. Heretics take that chunk of damage and just overall great coordination between both the bot lane and mid lane to say, hey, I'm going to chunk Ice down, even if he lives. You've got the ulti, right? Cap says, yes, I come, I make the play, they get 2 kills.
Also, nice use of the Ghost. So pops the Ghost as he teleports in, so he's able to get in, get the root, and still step out of tower range before Sten is able to CC him. So just really overall nicely played by Caps.
And now with the role quests done, this Caitlyn is unlocked on the map. Hansama's moving over towards mid lane. Ice yet to complete that. I imagine he will be done relatively soon, but that small advantage that Hans has, he can quickly accelerate this to the rest of the map.
G2 playing really well through their bot side so far in the game. Heretics unlikely to pressure for this Drake. I say that as Sheo steps straight into the face of Caps. Will lose his passive, goes where he pleases, means that he will be CC'd next time. LeBron with the Magical Journey out, the Ignite ticking on him. Meanwhile, Ice is not moving from the mid lane. Drake secured for G2. Heretics still poking and prodding and putting their nose where G2 don't want it to be. BB moved to mid to keep that wave pushed in, and Tracin will just ult his way back towards top to get the wave under town.
I think you're seeing one of the biggest strengths of Mundo is his ability to just not care.
Yeah.
He will quite happily walk into space that you control and force you to make a decision. You can see that he bullied Caps off that tri-brush, but he couldn't quite get enough space because his Aphelios does not feel strong enough to take that fight. And so while Heretics postured quite well and he put some decent pressure down onto G2, ultimately it is still a Dragon secured for G2.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of seeing G2 fall back into old habits that were good for them, which is just how do you use your waves to get into positions that make it untenable for Heretics to really do much. Broken Blade pushed top, went to cover mid, fought against the Aphelios, and the Aphelios were like, well, now I can't actually roam, so it's 3 versus 4 on Dragon. Good luck, lads. And I think this is where, again, G2 are just so good.
Sheo's going to try and chase down Caps here. There's the Heartsteel proc, nice clonk for him, an Infected Cleaver landing, Tempered Fate coming out, Caps almost steps to the side of it. LeBron's going to put Magical Journey in, looking for that Cosmic Binding, but can connect onto Sheo as he goes to the other side of the wall. Death from below, dodged by Caps. LeBron gets the kill, but now Caps in the Glacial Storm will fall. Sten needs to be ushered out here by 7, and will do so with that Flash Frost getting the stun.
Fancy footwork from Caps on that one to actually get the kill back onto Sheo, and Abrav coming in just in the nick of time. But yeah, you've got to see this model's a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but the gold goes the way of G2. Plate secured in top lane, a Herald is secured as well. Tracin knows that he's on a very difficult, in a very difficult situation. Seren at the very least will get some plates back. He gets a kill, and he'll close that gold. I mean, he'll even gain a gold advantage over Caps, which is very much needed for this Anivia, but mid lane falling as well. So a good skirmish for Heretics. Goes 1 for 1, but the gold difference, I mean, it still goes the way of G2.
Yeah, I mean, 2.3k gold on Hansama now. This Caitlyn is absolutely accelerated, and it's not like she falls off that much in the late game either. So I think for G2, this is where you're just going to be focused on how do we try and enable Hansama to be a menace in these fights and keep up this pressure. And with now having full push relatively well on mid lane, as long as the Infernum gun isn't up for Aphelios, you can start to shift this pressure into side lanes and now play off of 2 very strong solo lanes as well.
Remind me, Medic, I believe it's tap, deal, might equal to her might to a targeted battlefield, I believe is Caitlyn.
Sure.
You're supposed to know this, bro. You're locked in.
Caitlyn.
I was going to make a joke. How mighty do you think the Caitlyn is?
Pretty damn mighty right now as Seren's going to get caught up in the Tempered Fate. G2 looking to collapse on a play that was started by Heretics. Cosmic finally not landing the stun, but Seren, even with his egg, is going to get chased down. The egg in the middle of 4. Hansama comes across just for the assist, and G2 get another.
I mean, Heretics should want to avoid fighting at all costs. Their game plan should be cross-mapping, trading gold, avoiding skirmishes. They're just playing into G2's hand, and G2's like, with pleasure, absolutely. Every skirmish is going their way. 8-1 the kill score.
You get the Herald on the bottom side. Campsu's all the way. Skewmon might have overextended though. Has the flash.
Goes back in onto Sheo. Skewmon down to a 3rd HP. Sheo around the same as the chase comes in from Lavrov and Hansama. Sheo trying to walk his way out of this one with a maximum dosage, but he can't heal up enough. G2 now 9-1 up on the scoreboard.
He put back on his nicest suit before he went down there, and now Cap still pushing on this bottom side as well. You got push in mid. Like, they keep trying to make plays, but G2 just able to escape.
I mean, it's a situation where you called it out in draft, Dagda. G2 have winning lanes across the board, and if that's the case, they're gonna leverage it.
They're gonna use it.
And I mean, and credit to Heretics. Yes, you did get that first dragon. And I sat there and said, well, maybe this could be a good thing because you know that you can then stall the game out. You don't have to contest. But then they contested the second dragon. They continue to contest in the river. And every time they've contested G2, it's just been more kills going to G2.
And that's what you were saying. Like, the value of getting that first dragon is you can cross-map. So you can then go, oh, Aphelios, you go top when Dragon's up.
Exactly.
We'll then get Tower and Gold on you, but that's not what we're seeing.
I don't think LeBron's missed the Tempered Fate so far. Flash of the Cosmic Binding as well for the follow-up. BBT being in. Seren's going to try and get his way out, but it's a damn frosty evening, and G2 will pick up another kill.
BB just really wanted to get on the board there. TP'd in to get a kill. It's like, lads, you're having too much fun without me. 10-1, a massive gold lead for G2. And he's going to be able to get this tier 2 in the bottom lane as well, because there's just not enough people on the map for Heretics right now.
And look at that KP for Lavrov. He's been involved in 9 of the team's 10 kills. He's had a spectacular Bard performance. And, I mean, it's nothing but domination here in this first game. 19 minutes in. The gold lead is 8K, if I'm reading that right. 10 kills to 1. Like, systematic destruction. And I think... yeah, Heretics, their approach to this game has been too passive, and they've tried to take fights when they just haven't been strong enough, and it's resulted in a serious snowball for G2.
Heretics is trying to find anything they can on the map right now. They'll get a top tower as Sheo is looking for Broken Blade, but that's a Dusk and Dawn and a Riftmaker Gwen, specifically built to work her way through the tanks of the Scion and the Mundo. Sheo doesn't want to stay around for too long. G2 using the pressure they have from bot to look for these plays, but now with a TP behind, perhaps the Caps on the other side of the map. Heretics can look for something. Sten takes half his health. Bolt Breaker almost gets Skewmon out, but he's blocked with the root. Shale going for more as they all collapse onto Lavrov. He dies. Death from below coming out from Sten gets themselves a little bit more gold. It's Shale who shares the purse, so he'll be able to go back and pick himself up something nice and shiny.
So Heretics are able to get the pick and relieve some of that pressure, especially with Baron up and available. It means that you're not able as G2 to start getting some of these towers knocked down and continue to put pressure onto Shale's jungle, forcing him to fall further behind. But still, you kind of need a few more of these if you want to actually start getting tempo into your lead.
Absolutely, and one of the things now is G2's just going to play the side. Like, look at how deep Caps is pushing in the top lane. It's very difficult. Stendy should be able to get out of this one. Right? Yeah, he should be fine.
I mean, Broken Blade can chase for days. Crystallize comes out from 7.
He's still chasing. Okay.
It's fine. It's fine now.
But this is what I mean. Look at how deep Broken Blade is. 1v2. He's saying, I don't care. Look at Caps on the minimap as well on the top lane, pushing that in. Mid is also pushed, and Labrov is going to use this to move into enemy jungle, drop wards down wherever he needs to. And it's just full map coverage and control for G2 right now.
And G2 are so strong.
Sten locked up. He tries to get away, but Labrov follows him with the auto attack, and G2 get another.
Did he go between the wolves to bind him? Like, he rooted Stent.
Was that not the knockup? Was it with the wolves? I thought it was Skewmon just with the knockup. I'd have to look at it again, and I don't think we're going to have a chance because Ice is dead in the mid lane. The Temper Fate didn't connect, but the rest of G2 immediately collapsed. And for Heretics, it's looking pretty grim, lads. Skewmon going for more onto Shea. Han Summer opening up. Maximum dosage coming out from the Mundo. Serin takes almost half his health from a single headshot out of that Caitlyn.
I was going to say, this is where G2 are basically hitting their stride. You've got 2 items completed with the Infinity Edge now for Ansama. Caps has 2. Dusk and Dawn completed on Broken Blade. Like, they are feeling themselves right now. And Stend is about to get us.
This is your tank who's trying to step up, being beaten back by a Bard and a Vi. Like, yes, it's Black Cleaver Sundered Sky, but that Bard only has a locket.
I mean, G2 just stayed mid, taking everything that they wanted. Remember that this play started by them killing Ice. Ice is now back. And then they've stuck around.
It started by them killing Sten.
Oh,
and then they
true.
killed Ice.
Yes, you're
and then
completely
Sten
right.
came back.
And now it's going to be a Baron. Systematic destruction by G2. The gold lead continues to grow. We'll look back. Oh, we're actually going to get to see. I'm convinced that Labrov actually connects the binding. Look, Wolf.
Oh, yeah.
Do that.
Yeah.
Beautiful Bard play there. And Labrov deserves that kill, absolutely. They then converted into a tower dive underneath this tier 2. Ice has nowhere to go.
What do you do though, man?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I dodged a Temper Fate. Cease and desist.
Play safe.
You should have played safe.
Oh,
You should have played safe.
Yeah.
Come on.
And then Saren just takes a chunk of damage off of Caitlyn. She is so strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, I wish there was more to break down, but really we're just commentating G2 slaughter Heretics in this first game.
Heretics are breaking down. We don't need another one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right now, this is just a one-sided affair, kill after kill. Ultimately, it all comes back, and Rob and I were already talking about it earlier. If you're going to play this much scaling, you have to constantly avoid your opponents. It is all about creating numbers on one side of the map and cross-mapping. If they go for Dragon, you go for Grubs. If they go for Herald, you go for Dragon. If they go bot, you go top. You should be avoiding skirmishes and finding picks wherever you can, because G2, they want to play the map. They want to split you up, and what you're seeing on your screen right now, no 5v5s. It is not a front-to-back team fight. It is G2 going for pick after pick after pick, leveraging the strength of their comp, which is we excel in the 2v2s and the 3v3s.
And it means the Heretics constantly have to overload and find picks. And as long as Skewmon gets out, well, Caps now has access to the bot lane turret. So as Heretics, you have to disappear.
Temper Fate onto Saren. Caught out by Labrov. Flashes away from the Cosmic Binding, but may or may not have landed the stun.
Look at bot lane.
Not it does, as you say. Look at bot lane. Caps pushing in, and Heretics using that as their opportunity to engage. But as soon as the unstoppable onslaught comes out, look at the CC chain on Tracing. TP behind now with cease and desist onto that backline. Sten knocked back. Han Summer chases out the Scion. Meanwhile, Saren is going to fall in the middle of the fight into that egg and then scrambled up by G2.
A desperation play from Heretics as they tried their best to create a 4v3 in the top lane. The whole map is falling apart. Caps is going to get an inhibitor. He's going to use the Baron-empowered minions to deal damage onto these inhibitor towers, and as Ice tries to wave clear, that opens up the top lane.
We were so close, guys. If this game had ended in 6 seconds time, it would have been the fastest of LEC versus. They're not going to have that accolade to put on their mantelpiece, but G2 have systematically destroyed Heretics here in game 1, pushing towards the Nexus at 24.5 minutes. Broken Blade pulled in, but just dashes away, and G2, in such rapid fashion, just wipe away the Heretics. The Nexus down to half. Show uses his ultimate, a Tempered Fate into the Snapchat, takes out Ice, thaws him out right at the end. G2 1-0.
Insult to injury there at the end as they take down Ice. But G2 looking confident in game number 1 of this series.
Clean draft, clean execution, and a clean game by G2. We'll see if they can continue that series as we go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Brother, let me try. Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Nice play from G2 as they look for a little bit more ice, so I think he has the distance.
And Voltbreaker coming out, Hans Sommer flashing forward, looks for the build over Peacemaker and finds his man. A headshot from Hans gives G2 2 on the board.
I'm TPing, guys, I'm TPing. This is mega winning. I was all on even a flash, on even a flash. It's mega winning, and I'm coming. Thanks, guys.
Who gets like fried chicken? Wait, he's TPing? Oh yeah, he's doing the thing. Okay, anyways.
Welcome back to LEC ahead of Game 2 between Team Heretics and G2 Esports. And guys, I have to say, the demise of G2's downfall has been vastly exaggerated. It's me, I spread fake news, but God, they're back.
I mean, I wasn't going to get fooled a second time. I'm not going to lie. Like,
I mean, the second time for you, like the 15th time for
well,
anyone
you
who
got
was in
pretty
a
fooled.
G2
I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I've been fooled. They continue to fool me. Yeah, again, the regular season apparently means nothing, which is frustrating. But hey, G2 absolutely delivered. We threw some criticism Hansama's way. He was super dominant this game. And as much as the whole map was kind of winning for G2, I think bot lane is the focal point for us. Because from the draft, we knew it was going to be really important. And not just because Ice played Aphelios, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of other stuff happening in this draft that kind of got my head scratching initially, the Pyke.
I hate Pyke. Let's put it there. I hate Pyke in general because this champion past 20 minutes doesn't do anything, but I hate Pyke specifically here because for me it doesn't work with the rest of what the comp wants to do. If you want to pick an Aphelios, do you want to pick Pyke? I'm done ranting.
Pyke
Take it away.
makes sense here because otherwise Aphelios has like an unplayable lane. The idea with the Pyke is that you allow the Aphelios to have a good lane. You can fight, you can actually play the game. Because otherwise playing Aphelios up against Caitlyn Bard is really difficult. They outrange you, they poke you, they push you in. But now you have the all-in power of the Pyke. But it requires the execution to also land. And that wasn't quite there. And it's also, as you say, Laura, you are putting yourself at a timer because after 20 minutes, if you then have lost lane, you can't even hold on to the game.
Yeah, and you have a Vi, you have a Bard. TLDR, I don't think it was a great idea, but it came down to the execution more than anything. And in that sense, I want to give G2's bot lane their flowers.
They absolutely do. Labrov on the verge of death so many times, getting away with just a sliver of life. And I think this is something that we really have to give him credit for, is that he was consistently playing on the edge, finding those good setups, the portal through into the immediate stun. Labrov was absolutely standout in this game. And the most infuriating thing is, and this is going to be a negative segment, Jack, because I think we're feeling negative about we're both big Aphelios enthusiasts.
Yeah.
My man played with Pyke. Hail of Blades Pyke. Fleet footwork?
Yeah.
Where's my press the attack damage? How many times is this Bard going to get away with it?
I mean, Labrov kept living because he just Ice didn't barely have enough damage. I can't even speak. I'm just watching this. And it's like, I get it. You're going Fleet because you're up against the Caitlyn Bard. It's nice with the healing. It's nice for the mobility. But you need to have that firepower if the Pyke pick is going to work out. And we saw that they just barely was lacking the damage so many times that if they had a little bit more, would have made all the difference.
And most of the montage clips we're seeing here, the game is already over for the Aphelios.
Oh, yeah.
There's a Vi on the enemy team. It's certainly over for the Pyke. He's just going to get point and click for eternity. And while Labrov, Hans, the rest of the team close the deal, Team Heretics are going to look back at this early game and just, how different would it have been with one or two of those kills on the Labrov coming through? Labrov plays well enough to get out, and I think we're left with our head, just kind of scratching our head coming into game two, trying to figure out what Team Heretics can do to adjust to give themselves some hope.
I want to jump on that, but first, mini point. Stop buying Collector Ice, I'm begging you. Like, when you have enough gold for BF Sword, then Storm Racer is just way better. Like, I'm looking at Hansama's inventory. He has a BF Sword, and Ice goes for Serrated Dirk plus Boots instead. Like, it's so much better. Storm Racer has better win rate. It's more damage.
At the start of the day, we said pentakills. We might have wrote it in crayon or whatever, but if you're going to steal all the kills, you need, I'm with you. You need Storm Racer. I agree. It's a little bit questionable, but I think we've harped on Ice enough.
Yes.
I do think it comes down to what do we want to see next game, though? And I don't know, what's the feel here?
Winning lanes. I think that needs to be the #1 thing for me. G2.
For Heretics?
Yeah, winning
Because
lanes
G2,
for Team
they
Heretics.
showed that.
G2 had the winning lanes, no doubt.
G2 had the winning lanes, but Team Heretics, they need to have winning lanes because G2 has an 83% win rate when they're ahead at 14. They're one of the few teams that when they get a lead, you can trust that they will actually end the game. And Team Heretics, they don't want to take those odds once again because we already saw that once Team Heretics started to lose the early game, it was just over. So I need to see a good bot lane with a good mid matchup, and then Sheo and Sten can be unleashed.
Yeah, right, because ultimately giving them agency in the laning phase is what is going to allow Sheo to actually do something, because honestly, I was looking at Heretics here, and it was the meme with the doodle. Guys, do something, please move, make something happen. There was nothing possible with this composition and no possibility to come back. So maybe more tools to execute in the late game if the early game doesn't go that well.
Yeah, and I like the recognition that scaling is a good option for them. It was good for them in the regular season. They just gave up too much. So we're asking a lot from them, but we really want to see them thread the needle where they have at least some winning lane matchups and they have these scaling components. Again, easier said than done, but if you walk in with another draft like that where, yeah, if we play a 50-minute game where no one auto-attacks each other, we'll win, you're just not going to do anything against G2.
Any doubters for G2 in the room, or are we silent
after the
now?
14K gold lead game? Actually, to be fair, this is the most likely time that they would throw a game.
That's true. I also think the Caitlyn leaving that open was a mistake. There's just so many things in the draft that I'm thinking is like a mistake. Because Caitlyn, I think Hansama is great on it. It's hard into the Aphelios. So it really comes back to going back to the drawing board, coming up with a better draft. And I think Team Heretics had the right strengths for themselves, but they didn't look at what G2 is really good at. Like, G2 caps on Ryze, he's going to be roaming, he's going to be doing so much. Hansama on a lane bully, that's his comfort. You need to deny that and snowball accordingly.
And again, G2 heavy favorites in this matchup despite the early season that they had. So let's see what happens here in Game 2. Can Heretics come back, or is G2 going to wrap up this series fast? Casters, take it away.
Will the Heretics come back, or G2 continue to proselytize? That's the question that we have to think about. Preach the good word of G2, of the Samurais, against the Heretics. That's the reference I'm making there, Rob, because it's the Heretics. Or Heretics, as we were told to say so many times over the years, and then, yeah. Anyway, this is going to be a messed up draft, guys, because Heretics are on the left side of the screen, but they are red side of the map and second pick. So G2 are blue side, they'll get first pick, that's normal, but they're on the right side of your screen, just so that you are aware. If it confuses you, you are in good company.
Well, when we get into draft, we can run through everything that's going on our screen. Remember that we are in Fearless, which means that everything that you saw in Game 1, we're not going to see again in Game 2.
Dracos' joy of Fearless yesterday was echoed only by my own, like, in terms of intensity.
100%.
It felt so good to be like, oh, we're not going to see the same picks. Not that we saw like exactly the same picks in Game 1. The drafts were a little bit more
But you know what's
eclectic.
open? Azia, Corki, Orianna,
Cassante.
Yeah, Cassante's
I'm not saying
open.
they're not open, but like that's because Game 1 didn't play any
That's
of them,
correct.
right? Which
That's
is a little bit more inventive. So
Varus?
G2, Varus did get banned out by Heretics in Game 1.
No,
G2.
it was G2.
G2
And they're going to ban it again.
But it was red side that banned it out, which is left side of the screen.
So yeah.
I usually say something after that.
No, sorry, I got really confused because
Heretics are red side.
No, I understand.
G2 are blue side, Betty. G2 have first pick. So they have another ban now, and then Heretics will ban a champion, and then G2 will pick one.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah?
Yeah, so just to clarify, first pick is on the bottom right side of my screen.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it, cool.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it might be the bottom middle, actually. I don't know how they order it from the outside to the inside.
10 years I've cast, and this is the most confused I've ever been.
All right, so let's go back to what has been drafted and banned so far. Rumble, Yonara, and Ambessa banned away by G2. Xinshao and the Varus removed by Heretics.
Yeah, so still Orianna and Azir up and available. And I think that's kind of what the trade you're looking at here. If Heretics maybe want to ban one of them, but they don't, it's going to be the Poppy. So I imagine it'll be... I was going to say you'll probably have to go for the Azir here or take Jarvan in this sort of situation, because if you take the Azir, at least you're able to answer for the Jarvan. If you don't, you're able to go for the Orianna, or you can then take the Orianna the opposite side. This, though, means that you could actually respond with Jarvan and Azir here with Heretics and try and set up for a strong mid lane that can punish this Orianna.
But then there is the Nocturne possibility for G2, a classic for G2.
Oh, yeah.
But
also
still,
just something, whenever you see any champion available, it's Nocturne in your brain, isn't it?
No.
You look at the top cards of your
Orianna.
library, you reveal it, it's like Nocturne time.
That's
Nocturne
different game.
Orianna.
You got to come back to this one, right?
Tried and true combo. The question is, are they interested in it? Because the Azir is very much the expected to come through from Seren. The question is, what do they want to pair alongside it? You did explore the Jarvan, Dagda. Are they as interested in the Jarvan as you are? I mean, it is very good into Orianna, especially when she's got no flash. The combo, yeah. I mean, it's
low mobility mid, right? You're looking for something that can punish that on repeat, and it's something teams have tried to do against G2 a lot this split, and across the course of Caps being G2's mid laner, is how much can we punish Caps in the mid lane. Pantheon does a very similar thing to the Jarvan, does need to get a little bit closer than the Jarvan does for that initial engage.
Option here of the Wukong if you wanted to, for Skumon on the opposite side. Like, Ori Wukong's still incredibly strong. Could take the Jarvan themselves, though it's less strong into the Azir. Other options are just to try and take the Corki, maybe a Nami even here, because you know you've got multiple options in the jungle, and you can just try and focus on a strong bot lane for Ansam and Labrov.
Looks like they are going to go towards that bot side. Kai'Sa, the lock. So a bit of dive threat. Nico as well was banned out in Game 1. Kai'Sa with the Nico already going in. You've got the Shockwave on top of that with the Pop Blossom. There's a lot of power from G2's bot side, and in terms of area control in fights, Heretics will lock in the Nautilus. 5-15, I think, is what I saw for the win-loss on that champion here in the LEC Versus.
That's usually the case in Europe.
Yeah.
I don't even think we have bad Nautilus players, but it does generally lose a lot.
I mean, there's not much sea near us, so you can't get much practice as a diver.
Absolutely.
Right? So
now,
it's pretty hard.
G2 can ban away AD carries. I think for Heretics, they want to ban out that jungle pool. The question is, how much do you limit Skewmon? He's had quite the diverse portfolio this split. There's the Nocturne that we were discussing earlier, but he's brought out Wukong, he's played Aatrox. Remember that Jarvan still works for G2 as well. Yeah. It's like, that's the Season 1 combo, right? Just EQ into R, it still works as well.
Really works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we can't take MF, so what do we do?
Kai'Sa top MF, let's go. Oh, it could be Nico top. That did have a little foray in the leagues, but unexpected for that to be the case. Jhin and Nocturne the bans. G2 Heretics will get rid of the Jarvan, so we talked about that Season 2 combination, Season 1
and
combo.
I think G2 will probably get rid of the Gorky, just strong into the Kai'Sa, although we have seen some teams being more comfortable to take the Kai'Sa into the Gorky now. You do lose out a little bit, but can play quite strong in dives later on. But again, I think like you've got the Wukong still here for Skewmon. I think that's why they want to secure a bot lane that they're more comfortable with, rather than worrying about like Jarvan, Nocturne. They can still take another slap at that jungle.
Corki is the ban. Good call on that, Dagda. Now Heretics looking towards their AD carry. Leave top lane for last pick. Get the counter for Tracing is usually what you'd expect in this situation, especially when you already know the enemy bot. Where will Heretics go? Ice. He does really love these hyper carries when he can get them.
Champs have basically been banned, at least that he's played from this split. He'll have to showcase something new, and it looks like he's going to go for the MF. It's a strong lane bully, something that can gain control of the bot lane 2 versus 2 and synergizes fairly well with the Nautilus. But the problem is going to be that Nico. That double range matchup is always going to put a lot of pressure onto the bot lane 2 versus 2. G2 need to figure out what jungle they want to play into this right now. Decent amount of mobility on the side of Heretics. Solid front to back. So what are they thinking that pairs nicely with the Xin would be the kind of default response, but with that unavailable, they're just going to lock in their top lane instead. K'Sante going to be a relatively safe blind. Gives Tracing the opportunity to find a counter pick of his own.
Where is he going to go in that top lane? Looks like G2 might be going for the Trundle jungle. Something we've seen a couple of times. You could, I was going to say you could go Ambessa, but that's already banned out by G2. Gnar as well does work well into the K'Sante and doesn't have that health stacking that can really be a struggle into the Trundle later on.
The G2 comp feels a bit awkward to me though, because when I'm looking at this, it's like, okay, well, Orianna would like something to set her up, which doesn't really exist on G2 side unless LeBron is finding phenomenal flanks, but you're not like grouping people for an Orianna ult. You're relatively short range with the Kai'Sa as well, and she doesn't have something that enables her very easily to move around. Whereas you look on the opposite side for Heretics, you know, Azir, relatively long range. You've got an MF ultimate on the opposite side. You have ways to try and like control zones in fights that I think G2 are actually going to struggle with a little bit with what they're trying to achieve in a fight.
I think Heretics have got way more skirmishing power than they did in Game 1.
Yeah.
This means that if Dragons is what they want to prioritize, they have a lot more tools to at the very least contest G2. Kai'Sa doesn't have the strongest one-item spike, which means that compared to an MF who's going to go some lethality item, it gives them a lot more agency to try and skirmish them as well. So I do like Heretics' tools in the early game. Ultimately, though, the biggest contrast that we saw between the two teams is how G2 kind of moved their pressure around the map and how they were consistently able to create numbers advantage and how they then snowballed a few early kills into so much map control. And Heretics need to find a way to slow that down, because if they give G2 that inch, they will effectively take a mile.
And for Heretics, need to bounce back after a disappointing Game 1. The G2 just want to have more of the same. Also, I like the Trundle into the engage tools that Heretics have. Hard for the Shield Vault to come in if you have a well-timed pillar. Similarly with the Dredge line, the Azir can try and get onto your back line, but Shifting Sands can also be blocked out by that pillar. We saw Skewmon bring this out against FlyQuest last year at Worlds with caps on the Aurora and had a really good time in the early game, really dominating, controlling the map. G2 will use their pressure to get an early ward towards these Razor Beaks.
I think Heretics' composition becomes most suffering or smothering when they have control. They're the ones with tempo and they can set up and G2 have to try and move in towards them, because then you're moving in towards the Azir soldiers, you're moving into the MF ultimate, and it becomes a lot more difficult. And they, as Betty was already saying, they do have the tools to do that, right? Like, you have the MF with push on bot side, you have push for Nara on that top end. So I think this is where Heretics can kind of play through these strong side lanes and get a lead. They should be in an okay spot. But I think if G2 end up where they're the ones in control and they can kind of play for these shock waves or play for trundle pillars that enable the team to chase, I think that becomes a little bit more dangerous.
I mean, let's not forget that the last time we saw Caps in this matchup, he slaughtered the enemy Azir. Now, the analyst desk broke down for us at the start of the day how this wasn't a singular effort from Caps. There was a lot of involvement from both Skumond and Labrov, but they have the resources and the tools to make that same process happen again. Orianna naturally wins out on these early skirmishes, and you can already see Caps trying to get in the face of Seren and trade as much as possible. But don't be surprised to see Labrov moving around the map and start helping Caps out to put even more pressure down in this middle lane.
Yeah, you can see his support proximity in the regular season, 18.3% at 14 minutes. Means that his support is spending a lot of their early game, almost a fifth of it, around that mid lane. But Caps, again, even though I think on an eye test, I'd say it's been a relatively quiet regular season for him. When he's dominated, he has really dominated. Absolutely. You think of the leader game, you think of the Azir into the Orianna into Azir game. He can absolutely pop off at any moment, and so far in playoffs, he continues to impress. His rise, Realm Warps in game 1 really put Heretics on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, he's second in KDA, first in kill participation, first in goal difference of 14, first in CS of 14, first in XP difference of 14. The second in damage per minute. Like, the man has just been an absolute behemoth for G2 and continues to impress. And I think that's what has kind of kept G2 together as they made their way into playoffs.
Yeah, I think that the inconsistencies of G2 as a whole and their results have basically taken away from how strong of a split the Caps has had overall. And he's been super consistent, and he's definitely in form right now. His game 1 performance, his roams on the rise were good. Let's see what he can do in this Orianna as Sheo makes his presence known in the bot lane. Hansam and Labrov with that ward will spot him out. And it looks like this is going to be a double Scuttle Crab for Skumond. Quicker on the clear, gets that bot crab, secures it for himself, immediately paths up towards top, gets that one as well. And now he's got a healthy camp advantage over his jungle opponent.
Sheo looking for Caps in the mid lane here. Caps stepping forward, about half HP with the recall coming out from Sheo. I wonder if they'll just call off any possibility of a fight. They don't know where Trundle is right now. Skumond has reset, got himself a Sheen. Aegis assault for the movement speed from Sheo. Flash away from Caps, but the shield vault still finds the stun. Skumond on his way, but only at the tier 1 right now, as Caps has no way out of this. Uses the command, protects Sheo, though, with a spear to his back. Will get first blood for Heretics.
Great gang timing by Sheo. So moved into that bottom side, bypassed the ward that Caps had set up in that side brush. And you can see where Caps was positioned for so long up in the top of that lane that they just were about to call it off. But Caps just takes that step a bit too far towards the middle of the lane, and immediately Sheo collapses.
The caster curse should be studied.
It is.
He got given a graphic, we talked about him, sung his praises, and what happens? Death immediately.
Should we try it on a grander scale? Here we go. G2 never missed playoffs, and look at how many times they place really well. so rare that they do poorly in playoffs.
That's very true. Oh,
wait a
hang on a minute.
Wait a second.
You're moving into the enemy jungle here. Seren looking for some damage himself. Does have his flash. Sheo was forced to flash away, but Skumond falling low. Seren loses vision, puts a soldier in, gets the kill. Shield bolt out onto Caps, gets to somebody, gets one in response as Sheo falls. Seren needs to get out of here. Doesn't have that flash anymore. Caps still chases him. The counter curse needs to be studied, guys. Caps gets a double, gets himself a 400 gold lead.
I don't blame Heretics for taking that fight. Like, it started really well. Things were going very much in their favor. The level advantage for Skumond means that he should win out on this 1v1, but the arrival of Seren changes things. Skumond then says, screw it, I'm going all in. Flash, traded for Flash. In the 2 versus 1, they're thinking, yeah, we can take this. So Seren saying, you know what, I'll commit to the enemy jungle. I'll get this kill. Caps does the same. And in the mid lane matchup, unfortunately for Seren, Caps just has the health advantage. He gets very close to finding the kill, but with the popped health pot and the health lead, Caps finds himself a double.
Yeah, the command attack just barely clipping onto Sheo as he went for that stun. I think if you got the stun, you get enough for a Comet Spear, and maybe that's the damage that you need to be able to finish off the kill. But now it's 2 kills for Caps, and we'll start off well for Heretics. suddenly swings right back to even Steven.
Yeah, Skimon actually surviving for longer because the Razorbeaks dying there gives him the King's Tribute passive, which means he heals up a bunch as those small Razorbeaks die. Now looking down towards this bottom side, Tanglebomb's going to land onto Stend, who has to flash away early. He is running that Hex Flash, so we'll have at least half of a flash still at his disposal. Both the AD carries going for the culls early, as Hans Summer has one less stack on his right now and about 150 gold lead.
Okay. Still over and down this bottom side though. His cams are up on that top half and could hit level 6 off them. I'm curious what his plan is
Caps
here.
has no flash, so it's a possibility of just, hey, let's gank the immobile mid laner. Does have Shockwave now though, and Caps wisely backs away, realizing doesn't have vision control down towards that bottom side. Lebrov is opening up through mid lane, disguised as a troll, and should be able to clear out this control ward with the help of his mid laner.
Level up for Caps. Meanwhile, we haven't really spoken about it, but top lane, Tracing getting a bit of revenge compared to last game, where now with the winning matchup, he gets to get that small push in his favor. He's amassed a healthy gold lead, 400 after securing 2 plates. Means that he's in a pretty good position. We'll see if he can impact the rest of the map later on. Skewmon, though, sets his sights on the enemy red buff, and he is looking to steal that one away rapidly.
Has the smite, and Sheo doesn't have one. So even if Sheo does check into this bush, which he'll do with a Comet Spear, but doesn't connect, Skewmon still able to smite away the red buff and get it. With Caps moving from mid, it would have been really hard for Sheo to take an elongated fight.
Even in the 1v1 with Skewmon having the level 6, it basically makes it impossible now for Sheo to duel the Trundle. So he has to kind of cede control, and again, kind of G2 playing well off of their pushing lanes. This is what we were talking about in the last game as well.
Sheo set up for a Grand Starfall here if Lebrov does overstep. Still only level 5 on that Nico. Does look like 6 because he's embodying champions that have already got over to that level 6 mark.
You have to be a little careful as Hansan on this bottom side though. Didn't run cleanse, so if Pantheon ends up ulting in behind them as they push in this wave, and Ice hitting level 6, that can very quickly turn into a dead Kai'Sa. So I think that's why you can kind of see them, well, at least with the wave pushing in, but definitely being more cautious about where they're positioning themselves in this lane.
Seren and Caps in the mid lane here. Grand Starfall coming out. Flash away from Caps, away from the Emperor's Divide. Meanwhile, a hook lining onto Lebrov down towards the bottom side. Sten pretty deep here. Bullet time coming out. Not going to connect too much as Lebrov does fall low, but able to escape until the flash double up. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Seren taken out by Skewmon and Caps.
Action happening across the rift as G2 find a kill in mid. Heretics respond with a 2v2 kill in the bot lane. The stun was long enough to allow for Ice's bullet time to get the full duration off onto Lebrov, getting him low enough to allow Ice to secure that kill. He is the man that Heretics need to get ahead. He is their carry. As Sheo now losing a skirmish, but here comes Ice.
Skewmon doesn't have flash. He uses the Pillar of Ice for the slow onto Ice, and it will manage to keep him at bay. Sheo still looking for a little bit more here. With the Frozen Domain down, Skewmon has that extra movement speed.
Yeah, nice job on the gank from Skewmon as well there. Use the Subjugate because it removes 40% of the armor and magic resist. It just has enough, but now Sten.
Yeah, Sten pushing forward a little bit here as Skewmon and Hans Summer are there for the chase. Lebrov face checked, and Sten paid the price for it.
A silly mistake there from Stend. They should have information that Skewmon is hovering around the river. The crab would be the priority for both junglers, and he walks up and just clears a ward, thinking that it's safe to do so. Ends up losing his life. Nice pillar comes through from Skewmon to cut off his escape, and with no flash, there was nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, G2 have done a really good job of protecting Caps in this mid lane, and then using the pressure that they got off that 2 kills that went to Caps early to then find these small invade windows, find these small skirmishes. And what we thought might give tools to Heretics to actually play for these early skirmishes has actually been turned around with this Trundle pick.
Ice is still that player that I'm keeping my eyes on. His farm has been very good. That kill that he's able to get in the 2v2 has put him in a great position. Going for the early Vamp Scepter. I imagine the BF sword that you mentioned earlier, the BT, going to be that early pickup for the BF. Yeah, BF now going to be secured to the MF. Hitting a nice little item there. Gives her a little bit more power, of course. Doesn't quite compare to the advantage Caps has in the middle lane. But
yeah,
definitely
just a smidge of a lead for Caps.
Definitely a potential win condition starting to accrue for Heretics, and that's very much what they're looking for. First Dragon of the game still not secured. 10 minutes in and relatively late compared to what we're used to here in the LEC. But you can see both junglers eyeing it up. Grubs, though, going to be started off by Sheo.
It's just super risky for either team to start the Drake.
Oh, absolutely.
There's so many flank opportunities. You've got Grand Starfall coming out from Sheo, Skewmon getting onto your backline, using a Subjugate on your tankier members as he tries to trade here with Sheo, takes one of the grubs away.
Wait, no. Oh, did he actually get the grub? No, he didn't get the grub. He missmited. I think
Skewmon got both.
No, yeah, but it was Sheo who smited. Skewmon still has his
smite. The wrong
Sheo
one.
missmited, missed it, And now Skewmon gets all 3.
Yeah, it's dire for Sheo.
Yeah, it was. I saw the smite, and I thought to myself, oh, you're trying to get both of them low, maybe you do some sort of tech, but you're right, you just hit the wrong one.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't at least get one grab, and Skewmon just tracking and trying to match Sheo everywhere on the map. But here's the ult.
Onto LeBron, they'll land the stun onto him. The chase continues. The 7 able to dodge to the side and will be gifted over the kill. His second of the game gets him a little bit closer to Caps, but it's still 1,000 gold lead for the Orianna in mid.
And this time, Lebrov with the mistake, and it's Heretics that punish. Good ulti comes through from Sheo, catches the support isolated. Seren was also able to move down from mid, so there was no way for Lebrov to go. Shockwave onto Seren, he's getting very low.
He goes back in, Emperor's Divide onto Caps, who takes the tower! 7 outplays! The minions take him out in response! 1 for 1 the trade in mid.
No one takes out the Captain Caps when the minions are around. Nicely done, but yeah, I mean, Seren got the trade, but honestly, the wave is still going to push in, so I think he's a little bit less thrilled that he ended up giving the kill over.
I mean, how do I break that down? Caps was just sitting underneath this tower with no flash, and Seren was like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have flash. Let's put it to the test. Chucks him underneath the tower and says, yeah, he doesn't have flash. I'm kind of surprised Seren didn't use his own. I think there was maybe some more room for outplay potential there. Ultimately, though, Caps playing a little too cocky, and Seren gets the punish. 1-for-1 trade. Gold, though, difference between the two mid
Net
laners.
gain of 200 gold for Caps.
It looks like it's still a win, yeah.
TP's back into mid and just pushes in for another plate. Now we'll see Heretics starting up the Drake with the push in the bot side. Sheo's going to pull it down towards this bot pixel bush because that's where they have the vision. Cap stepping across, no shockwave on him, still a quarter of the cooldown left on it. Thank you, paid chatter, very kind of you.
Oh, what's going on here? Hang on a second.
Caught out. Sorry. I'll PayPal you guys later. Instead, caught out the subjugate coming out. Where there's the pop blossom as well for the chase onto Ice, and Ice is down. Yeah, that's the problem. You can start it up, but it's so easy for either team to collapse if the other is already on that Drake. Seren coming across here doesn't have that Emperor's Divide. Sheo's just going to walk back to the relative safety of his mid lane tower. And now G2 will be the ones to start up the Drake, with Caps having that push in bot, and with Hans Summer still in mid lane. It's very hard for Heretics to react.
Yeah, I mean, G2 again are just kind of moving around the map better. Managed to get the pick onto Ice, which is the perfect target, because if you come through that choke point and Ice is able to open up with the bullet time, you're having a miserable experience. But it doesn't really matter. It's now G2 getting that first dragon.
Ultimately, though, I mean, Heretics is still keeping the gold close. Like, if we compare this to last game, it was already dire straits, it felt like, for Heretics. They are skirmishing well. They are doing their best to trade kills where they can. And I'm looking at that gold lead for Caps, and it's scary, but Ice is building a similar advantages. This looks like a Pantheon ult to me.
Broken Blade going all out, has the Zeke's convergence complete already. Grand Starfall in by Sheo, as you save Eddie, and BB will fall basically just to Tracin. That was a bit of an assist from Sheo, but Tracin winning out the 1v1.
And there's another gold lead that's just as sizable as that bottom lane. You're kind of saying these side lanes are where you can put that pressure. And for Tracin now, first tower going to be secured for him. And hopefully that's an opportunity for Heretics to try and play a little bit more with this Gnar in a side lane and try and explore the options of taking these side lane towers a bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great game state overall for Heretics. Like, it's not all doom and gloom just yet. Skewmon is definitely making his presence known. He is running around the rift, doing what he can. Seren, though, trading.
Ooh, Emperor's Divide not connecting. The shockwave coming out, and LeBron is here with a blooming burst. And a big old kill. And meanwhile, Sten looking for the flank. No Grand Starfall yet for Sheo, but Sten, if he can get a depth charge onto Caps, who does still have the flash, the chase can continue. There we are. Caps caught up in the depth charge. Dredgeline's going to come out next. Flashes from it. Sheo flashes forward, and the bullets rip through as Sheo takes the kill. Sten tanks the tower, and LeBron falls second. Good route onto Ice, but the third tower shot does not materialize, so Ice able to escape.
I mean, Seren started the play with a bit of a blunder, but it turns into a massive win for Heretics. They find 2 kills. The Gnar moves over to mid lane to catch that wave as well, so Hans Summer can't get much off the back of it. But it all starts with this play with Seren under the tower.
Yeah, Seren tries to make the play work, knows that Caps has the flash, but even then doesn't end up burning as he just tries to go that little bit too far and whiffs on that ultimate as Caps able to just sidestep it. But he knew that folks were on the way, so I think the idea from Seren was connect with that ultimate, hope that I can burn a flash from Caps, and then this makes this play significantly easier. But either way, still have to make it work. So Sten doesn't get the hook, but actually kind of works out because it puts him under tower. He then gets the auto attack, which puts Lebrov rooted into the ultimate as well, and allows then Ice and Sheo to tank up the rest of it.
Yeah, Show getting both the kills means that he's about 200 gold ahead. Nothing too consequential. It's a dagger in the end, but Caps with no flash and Sheo on the chase. It's going to extend that gold lead just a little bit. Good shockwave into the pillar. Sheo, Seven flashing forward. Look at the Caps who has that Seekers. Seven will fall for this. Skumon on the chase now as Sten's going to join the fray, but look at the flank position for Lebrov and Hansama. Sten realizes he needs to get the hell out of there. It's a double for Skumon. Riptide out from Sten. He does escape to the tower. Broken Blade going all out with the Zeke's convergence onto Ice, burning his flash as well.
Caps managing to take one with them was not what I expected off the back of that play. Burning the Seeker's arm guard to make sure he can take one, and that's 4 deaths and 5 deaths apiece now for the mid laners on each side.
That gold lead for Ice disappearing. Sheo's disappears as well. Skumont now monstrously strong on this Trundle. Just a couple skirmishes, and just like that, it feels like the momentum has swung back the way of G2. Heretics playing with a little bit too much confidence, but we found ourselves with a bit of a bloodbath here in Game 2. Nearing 17 minutes in, we're at 18 kills. Both teams are hungry to find that advantage. Dragon in a minute and a half. Herald is alive, and it looks like a lot of players are setting their sights on the top side of the Rift.
G2 been doing their research in terms of itemization as well. It's a Zeke's convergence first for Broken Blade for the ultimate ability haste and that slowing, damaging zone around you. And Bandle Pipe second from Skumont, knowing that if you're landing those slows, you're getting the extra movement speed and the extra attack speed for your entire team, can work out incredibly well. Skumont's going to start up this Rift Herald with Caps in tow. Should be an easy enough secure for G2. Still only 1,000 gold lead for them, but for Heretics, you do want to... I mean, do you want to slow this game down? You have a great skirmish comp. You kind of want to find fights where you can.
I think it's not even just, they don't have a choice. At this stage, you kind of have to cross-map because there's no way you're able to get in a position to try and take fights. And one of the things that we talked about was the ability to, make picks for Heretics, but actually I think they're about to make them now.
Grand Stoffel coming out, Caps. Oh, stopwatches the Gnar from Tracing. Lebrov can look for the flank here. The wave pretty easy for G2 to push in. You have the Shockwave and that Hot Blossom. Rift Herald down. Crystalline Overgrowth still on the tower. Rift Herald will get the charge in. Prey Seeker landing from long range from Hansama, but nothing more for G2. They'll get the charge. They don't break through the Crystalline Overgrowth. Caps gonna slow up Sheo with a command dissonance. The Pillar of Ice for the follow-up, and Sheo, you're just a bit too deep. In the Aegis Assault saves him for a second, but the chase continues for G2. Sheo trying to run away. Another Comet Spear comes out, but Caps finds his man. Meanwhile, a TP to the bot side as Tracing looks for Broken Blade. Huge shield from that teleport. Broken Blade, though, still has the flash. The plated Steel Caps now as well. The Hyper from Tracing doing a lot of work all out. Pulls BB towards the Crux, gives him a shield. He's able to get away from the Gnar again. Tracing unable to connect with the wallet either. BB just dashes away, holds onto his flash, and now Tracing, is he going to have to flash out himself? Because the collapse is beginning from Hansama and Lebrov. In the end, he just jumps across to the safety of his Azir.
G2 are playing this map spectacularly. There's a ward just off by Red Brush, which spotted the fact that Ice and Sten had shifted up towards that top side of the map, which is when they pulled off with Rift Herald. As Ice walked back across the ward going towards mid lane, they just re-wrap onto the top side play, get the pick, and then end up sticking around to get the top lane tower as Heretics try and make a play on the bottom side. Heretics just feel dizzy at the moment trying to keep pace with G2.
I feel like Heretics is trying so hard to force so many things. Like, this is a great example. Why are they here?
I mean, Sheo's likely dead. Lebrov flashing in as Hansama dives in with the Killer Instinct as well. There's the Shockwave onto Ice. Sten trying to flash to safety, but G2 are on the chase. That's 2. The bot lane of Heretics already dead. Seven and Sheo need to get out as BB dashes forward. Hansama no Killer Instinct left for him, but he can still land those Void Seekers. Sheo getting chased towards the bottom side. Pillar of Ice coming out to block him against the wall. The Gromp secured. Good double knockback from BB, but all they wanted was the jungler's life.
They tried so hard to contest that dragon when they were way too late to the objective. I feel like Heretics is tunneling so much and trying to fight G2 at all these neutrals, and they are just getting outplayed. They are falling into this trap over and over again, and look, like, he is too late. His team is not there. Sheo is split up. The Shockwave connects onto 2. The Pillar splits the team up. G2 just kind of systematically picked them apart one by one as Heretics desperately tried to get something back on the Rift when they're not even that far behind, but the more fights and skirmishes they keep trying to force, the greater the gap becomes.
Really good stuff there from Lebrov, finding both Ice and Sten. Had a really good Bard game, having a good Nico game so far.
If they want to play, let's play.
That sums up your point, Benny.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, pretty much.
It's one of those things I'm sure like in your head, sounds really cool. And then when you say it out loud, it's like, we are playing, yes.
Yeah. I disagree. I thought that was a good idea.
It just sounds pretty cool,
Yeah.
I guess.
But if you want to bully Broken,
Well, no,
that's
because
fine.
whenever
Yeah.
I say those sorts of things, I then immediately internally cringe. And maybe it's just the British accent.
Right.
If you want to play? Let's play. See, just
That was really cool.
Yeah, you sound like a bit of a villain. You know?
Oh, princess, if you want to play, let's play.
That seemed a little...
That was not...
Where'd that come from?
That
Where
was
was that
when we
from?
play Magic together.
I see. I see. Okay.
Pretty princess.
That's, again, brought that up again.
Yeah.
Unprompted,
Yeah.
I felt.
Yeah,
It was
see,
a
that
little-
would make me cringe.
Yeah,
That- I
that-
do understand
Now I'm a
that,
little
yeah.
uncomfortable.
TP,
Now-
I get it. I get it. My internal monologue should stay internal.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, G2, okay, ahead. One of you could have done this bit, by the way.
No, we're going to make it as uncomfortable as possible, I
Yeah.
think, actually.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Now, Baron.
And Chatter, do you still think Medic is handsome after that? Or maybe you could vote in the Twitch chat.
More handsome, perhaps.
All right, so G2 have set up 4-1. You can see that they've got 4 members pushing up through mid. They've left Caps isolated in a side lane with the Orianna, who has the TP. Skumon kind of covering the support, and it's now been caught.
Ice has to flash across the wall. Bullet time coming out, but there's the all-out from BB. Sinks in the Intofus and gets himself a kill. A bit isolated towards the backside, but he just dashes across the wall. And now G2 find another. Send will fall. Tracing building up that Meganar, but they're all hitting onto a clone. As G2 will turn their eyes towards the Baron. Heretics once again lose their bot lane. I don't really think they have a way into this fight.
Do you think BB says something like, oh, it's bullet time? No, it's killing time, as he took the Misfortune prize? It's like,
you want to
what
play?
happens?
Let's play.
Again, unprompted.
I think that one was pretty prompted. By myself, but still.
Baron going to be secured by G2, and I like how quick they were with it. Like, they literally just reset back onto the map. They went straight down mid lane. They don't waste any time. They see Ice's position. They're not afraid to dive the tower. They don't go too deep until they go extremely deep. And then Broken Blade says, all right, let's play. He's able to find that kill onto Misfortune. Stend is quick to follow, and knowing that they have the numbers lead, they know they can convert this into a Baron. Heretics have yet, throughout the organization's history, been able to take a game off of G2, and based on this game, it looks like that record will not be broken. 13-0 is the current scoreline for G2 against Heretics, and they're looking to make it 14 with another dominant performance here in Game 2.
That's one of the reasons you talked about it at the start of Game 1, Betty. Like, G2, when it comes to playoffs, they just tend to succeed. They just tend to do well, even if they do come in as the 7th seed. Here, Ice caught out again. No way for him to get out. And G2 can just march down mid. Like, the defense for Heretics is Seren pushing the side lane, trying to get themselves an objective bounty, trying to get a little bit of gold. But their inhibitor tower in mid will fall. 23.5 minutes in, G2 are knocking on the Nexus.
Yeah, I was going to say, how far are they going to take this? Because Heretics have to reset, but BB soloing out the Azir.
Yeah, Seren able to dodge across the wall to the Gromp. Did use the Emperor's Divide, needs to get back, will use the Hex Gates to get closer. Tracing knocked up with the Pillar of Ice, Sheo trying to get in there as well. TP coming out from BB as he's going to join the fight. The first Nexus Tower will fall, G2 continuing to advance. And there's the Shockwave, and immediately they kill off Tracing. They'll dive onto Sheo underneath the tower as well, but Skumon still really healthy with that Subjugate. Second Nexus Tower down, Ice has respawned, does have that bullet time, but the Hot Blossom will find him again. Ice goes in with a bullet time, a good Pillar of Ice to stop it, as G2 are just ripping through them. Heretics don't have a leg left to stand on as G2 will go 2-0.
24-36 was the timer we were looking at in game number 1. And they just smashed it in game number 2. G2, that was insane.
They don't waste any time. They run it down mid and they close out the series in convincing fashion. G2's playoff form is looking solid. Heretics need to go back to the drawing board. The end of their regular season showed some promise, but they're going to have to reevaluate as they move down into the lower bracket.
It's double elimination, so they do get a second chance. You can vote for one of the G2 players in your Kia Player of the Game vote. Skumon, Caps, and Hans Sommer are your options. I mean, player of the series, sorry, not player of the game. I think Lebrov is slept on slightly. I think he had a really good bar. Game 2, maybe he had a couple of really good pop blossoms, but didn't need to do as much. Skumon's game 2, obviously, exceptional. Overall, the team just played really, really well. And I think for Heretics, it is a little bit back to the drawing board.
Absolutely. I think that G2 demonstrated a very solid game plan. I like the drafts that they brought in. I do think that there were options, but for me, the biggest thing was Heretics just got they fought G2 too much. I think they need to
agree.
pick their battles a little bit better. I think that Ice had a clear lead. He had a 1.3k gold lead on the MF. And in my mind, the fact that the Nut also had advantage, there were ways, but they got too over eager and they ended up falling short.
We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk with Law, Jack Spectra, und Caps. It's written in German in the teleprompter, so I have to say it in German. Take it away.
Und Caps im Deutsch, danke schön, Medic. Caps, thank you so much for joining us. Also as well after the, I mean, yeah, you were in front of the desk earlier, so it was only fair that we invite you with the G2 army, of course, as your court here. How do you feel after this game? Pretty easy, especially the second game?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a thriller. They definitely wanted to kill me, and I was down with some fight, so it was a fun one.
How does it feel having a target on your back all the time? Because it feels like when teams play internationally against T1, you want to aim for Faker. In Europe, I feel like people are coming after you all the time.
I mean, it was a bit scary this game. They they like to go, I think, but I mean, like we won out a lot of the fights, and my team was there to cover me as well. So we usually ended up getting a lot of kills from it. So I was happy.
Jack, you had a lot of praise for Caps ahead of today. Do you want to talk to the man himself?
I mean, I even broke down your game against Fnatic, like where you're really gapping Vladdy, and I think you've been the best mid laner in the league by far, and your laning stats have been really good. But I don't want to just sit here and glaze you. I want to hear, like, what do you think, or who do you think are like the top 3 best mid laners in the league right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think playing against Kaihu and Poby are probably the hardest.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of it is like them specifically as well, because the mid lane is like such a team game as well.
Yeah.
And when you get ganked at level 3, when you get like a support coming in mid as well, it definitely makes it hard. But I think they play very well around mid and with mid as well, both teams. So I'm excited for our matchup if we go against City, I guess. And I hope we get to play Navi as well, because I think that, I mean, for me, they've been the biggest surprise this year. I played a bit with in-houses with them as well in the offseason, and I thought they were actually quite good.
Really?
And now them showing up, I think they're a big surprise for me.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Jojo Pune. You also only said two names. I said top 3. So do you not think Jojo deserves to be in that conversation, or?
I mean, I think Koi has been a bit like shaky from my perspective. I mean, he did play very well, I guess, the first game. That's true, but that was also a while ago. So I think from just watching the games, I think those two are like the standout for me. I think Jojo is definitely also up there. I would probably put him on third.
Right.
And I mean, he was the one who did the best against me, but also I just TV'd on a minion, so that didn't help. I didn't make it happen.
Did a Larson.
Yeah, but yeah.
You were talking about Yehu, and actually he's about to take the stage with KC for his very first playoffs game. We've mostly seen the guy on Azir, especially in best of 1 games. He had a pretty good Galio as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think we saw him on Rise as well. But how do you rate him as a player, and what makes him strong specifically from what we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've also like mainly seen Azir from him as well. But I think they are just very good at like finding windows. Like for example, this game as well, right? Like we played, it's a lot about finding windows to like cover when they want to gank, or like finding your own ganks as well. And they are usually quite spot on that. And then there's like the small times you like bluff and stuff, like you pretend like people are there. And I think he's very good at pressuring.
Okay.
And we'll see how it goes, I guess, if we face them, or how they do today. But yeah.
We were expecting that today maybe would be a one-sided game for you guys. How do you rate the second game we're going to have? KC versus GX. KC being the first team in the standings in regular season. GX, they were second until they were 7th.
But Giants are the
so
scrim,
like, yeah.
scrim gods? Are they
the
still the scrim gods? Are you still ready?
I mean, we see the scrim GX, they might just show up, but I would put my, like, I would definitely think KC is the stronger team, just from what they show on stage, but I think GX, they always have like the surprise, right?
Okay, very political answer. I appreciate it. Closing words that we have here on G2. This was the fastest game we had in LEC versus 24 minutes, 26 seconds. We were talking about, yeah, you guys can applaud. That's really nice from them. There you go. We were talking about G2 and the slow start you had to the season. I was talking to Dylan. He was like, we're not worried. We're going to scale. We're going to ramp up. What happened between regular season and this series? Because that was vintage G2.
I mean, I think we still definitely have like some things we need to work on. But I definitely think that this year everyone has like speaking their mind more and really like, yeah, putting themselves out there and saying more what they need, and it's helping us improve. I still think it shows a lot of things like to improve, I guess. But sometimes when you know more, you realize like there's a big gap in like what you need to do, right? So for now, we have many things we need to work on, and I'm just excited to get to play again.
Something that I often hear about you year after years is that as long as Caps is having fun and enjoying the game, G2 is going to do well. So you being the Kia player of the series today, how much are you enjoying the game right now, Caps?
Thank you. I mean, those 2 games were very fun. I think especially the second one. It's always like a game of cat and mouse. You know, they were just chasing me. I was running most of the time, but my team was there for me, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think you've had a fantastic split and a fantastic game. And yeah, I'm happy with your performance.
That's great. You're happy. The fans are happy. Caps, you're happy as well. Thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck in the rest of playoffs. We're going to take a break here. We're going to be back in a couple minutes. You know it. It's going to be KC versus GX. Stay tuned.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
they think KC is stronger.
I mean, I think the best bot lane in EU.
What is that? What is that? That was heinous.
Best bot lane in EU. He said it himself. He completely ruined your setup as well.
Yeah, I was really like, Noah trash talk Super that one time talking about Elo, and then it completely paid off.
Yeah.
Jun took it in the exact opposite direction. No, they're better than us. We're going to lose. And he did.
He did not say they were going to lose.
No, he kept his word.
word.
He said they were better, and he proved it on the Rift. So we like follow through, but today I would like a little bit more ego, I think it's safe to say, from the GX bottom lane. I need them to come out there and be like, we're going to smash them.
I mean, you can have humility and still play well. I think Noah and Jun, they're the firepower of this team, and they're the two players that really need to carry if Giant X are going to win. And yeah, ego might be what they need, but even if you're humble, you can still take the win.
I mean, let's roll back with the game that we've seen. No, but I actually want to know what you guys think, because we've been saying that Jun and Noah are one of the best bot lanes that we have in Europe. These two teams played each other last week, so it's fairly recent actually. So judging from the draft that they had last time and the way things played out, what improvements do we want to see on the side of GX bot lane?
I mean, first of all, it's a losing bot lane, right? You have Rakan into a ranged matchup. It's like you're kind of hoping to get level 6, and then you can look to all in, but you're going to be getting pushed in early. I think Corki as well. I have mixed feelings. I used to hate it. Now I'm more like, it's all right. But I would really like to see something that's more like a Kai'Sa. That's what I feel like Noah's been really, really good on, and I think it would be just like a statement game from him on it. And I think they need to have something like Nico for Jun, or something that has a little bit more proactivity, so they can actually win lane and show that they can actually be better.
I think the Rakan is great if you can get through that lane unscathed. I love Jun on these big kind of playmakers. You're right that I think Nico is obviously a pretty ideal option, but I think they should just recognize that the overall picks that they can succeed with, because of kind of how reliant GX are on them as a bot lane, is going to be relatively smaller than KC. KC's bot lane is great, but they can give them utility and say, hey, topside, bring the extra firepower. They can play Jhin and still be fine to have a hyper carry somewhere else, and that really doesn't feel like it's been the case for GX.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, GX have the bot lane, they're going to have to put in the work on the rest of them. Like, KC on the other side, first in the regular season, probably the most consistent and complete team that we've seen so far. The promise coming into this year with KC with their bot lane was that Buzio is going to make a better ADC out of Kalist, especially when it comes to the laning phase. This is where we want to see the progress for this team and for these players. Where are we at right now after 11 best of ones?
Okay, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm a KC hater, even though I want this team to do well.
Don't say that,
and everything is looking good for them, but there's some not analytical monkey brain at the back of my head that says something is gonna go wrong. And I think today we might just see it. I think Noah and Jun are going to win both.
Okay, ignore Jack's monkey brain. Let's focus on the good brain that Caps has. I heard him list a couple of players that were #1 threats in mid lane. I also heard some of those players are absent. One of the players on the list, Kyahu, playing today. One of the players not on the list, also playing today, Jackie. So let's just see if whose brain pays off here, if it's the Jack monkey brain or not.
I want to actually ask the opinion of an AD carry who is still playing in the LEC, right? Hans
yes.
Sama is at the caster desk right now. What do you think, Hans?
Yes, we do have Hans Sommer with us. Thank you so much for joining us after your great performance in the last series. What do you think about these bot lanes? Do you think one of them is favored? Do you think they have clashing styles, anything like that?
I mean, definitely they are the strongest bot lane in the league. For sure, they've been showing a lot of good stuff. For me, I think they have a maybe similar playstyle. They both supports look for a lot of plays, really good plays. They also have a similar champion too, I think. And yeah, I think, but I would put it, I think KC bot lane is pretty good, probably better than GX, but they're both I would say top 2, top 3.
Okay, because you said top 2 and then you're not in that list. Would you put yourself up there with them right now?
I mean, I think our performance wasn't the greatest this split. It's obvious, but we'll come back stronger, way stronger. Playoff started, and I have high hopes for me and Abrov to perform.
I mean, it went well today, so yeah, you're already starting off on a good foot.
We are going to get into draft in just a moment's time. KC versus GX. KC chose first pick, Giant X chose red side, so the draft will look normal for us, which makes things very nice and easy, because I'm still get confused by the whole red side thing.
It is interesting though, because most teams I've seen will actually take second pick, because it's like, oh well, we can kind of trade for a jungler and a mid laner, or actually get a good trade on that second side. And there's not really any pick that's usually left open that's just first pick immediately you have to get your hands on it. So I'm curious what KC's game plan is, or what they value so much in this first pick.
Is there anything that you'd be looking for, Hansama, like after the usual bans? We'll say like Rumble, Varus, banned away, like you get rid of Jarvans, the Orianas. Is there anything that you think is like sneaky first pickable?
Well, I'm not sure what their perspectives are, but for sure having like a good situation for mid is going to be important this game.
That makes a lot of sense. So we are into the draft. KC have banned out Vi and Yone to kick us off, and Bessa and Azir will be banned out as well. So KC with their final ban. We haven't yet see the Varus ban. Usually that does come out of red side. Jhin taken away by KC.
That might force the Varus ban this one.
Do you think Varus is strong enough just to have to ban every game? Because he, even though he got nerfed slightly, he still seems like a power pick.
I think it's still an OP pick for sure. Most people are picking Jhin into it, so it makes sense if they really want to force the Varus ban here.
If you do ban the Varus though, which they don't actually, so going to give the Varus across, or do you have the higher priority on the Rumble? The only thing for KC is when they've taken the Varus, they love to get their hands on things like the Jace as well and run that kind of poke style composition. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that again here from KC.
So right now, after the Varus first pick, they will probably, try to all in the champ. Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
Jarvan Orianna.
I mean, Jarvan Orianna very good at making the mobile carries miserable. So, and then again, if you do want to end up going for the Jace as well here, I think then you've got good tools to at least give you multiple different targets that you can go for with this Jarvan Orianna. And I'm curious then what you want to try and respond to. It's not actually going to be the Jace, it's going to be the Xin Zhao instead. And there's that Galio.
Yeah, they're probably scared of going Jace into a Jarvan and a potential Bard on 3. So for sure the Xin is more safe.
Yeah. And then the Galio to add a little bit of protection onto the Varus if he does get dived on. Makes a lot of sense. Giant X looking towards their AD carry. Noah very comfortable on the Ezreal, and we'll lock that in. Gives himself a little bit of range to try and match Varus's range, but perhaps not quite as much damage as the Varus.
Yeah, not many people are actually going Ezreal into Varus. It's like known to be a Varus favorite, but maybe they have a plan to mega pressure the Varus in any phase.
I mean,
if it's just 1v1,
hope they have a plan.
I just hope, because if it's 1v1, 2v2, I expect Varus to just win it, like slowly.
What is it about the Varus into Ezreal matchup that is Varus favored in your eyes?
So when you get tier, or like even before, it's like very easy to poke on Ezreal. Ezreal just has to play for all-in. That's the only way when he gets level, like level 4, level 5. The only upside for Ezreal is to play on the first 3 waves, because you should get power. So you should probably play for bot crab or stuff like that. But after that, it gets harder and harder, and mid wave as well.
Is there something you'd pick as a support as Giant X here to try and guarantee some of that early pressure?
Support. No, I think you don't have to like play a support champ that is really good level 1. I think you just have to play a support champ that just access the Varus, like a Bard. I don't know if they ban it or something like that.
Yeah, Bard's still up for now. Karma and Nautilus taken away by Giant X. Cassante removed by KC. Trying to get rid of some of the safety of Lot in the top lane, who I think it has been a point of weakness for Giant X, and with Kana on the other side of the rift, it's always a little concerning for Giant X when you're matching up into that.
And it's something that KC have done extensively throughout the split, is securing strong pushing bot lanes and then getting that counter pick for Kana in a position where he's just able to isolate the lane. They put a ton of tools then into trying to get this bot lane to a position where it's comfortable. But we can see for Giant X on the opposite side, there's that Bard that you were talking about, Hans.
Yeah, the Bard were expected. I would expect them to ban it. I think maybe they have to play something. I mean, they have to play some sort of peel, but they can also go for the Nautilus, because
has been banned out by Giant X.
Oh, actually,
yeah.
I didn't see.
We do that all the time.
Okay, so it's like even better bad game. But maybe they go Alistar.
Yeah,
they've been playing it like 4 times so far.
Yeah, would make sense. Abusier has had some really good Alistair performances. If you're looking for peel, you can also go to things like, I mean, the Braum does give you a little bit of peel, but it doesn't really have a good time into the Bard at all. Rumble picked for Kana in the top lane, so he's looking for something that can be lane dominant. When you have a Xin and a Galio with the ability to back you up, it can be really tricky for the enemy top laner to survive through that barrage. Rakan,
okay,
it's an interesting pick. Can sometimes struggle into Bard because he has a little bit more range than you, and if you Cosmic Binding where the Rakan is jumping then you get that double stun. So there is the Ornn lock-in for Giant X to round out the comp.
But that Ornn pick is quite good, I would say.
Yeah.
That extra engage in order to like reach the Varus, because you don't want the champion to just poke you all the time in the setups of Dragon objectives.
Yeah.
I was talking with Odo about Ornn yesterday in the top side though, and he was saying that he doesn't always feel like he's in the best position just at the moment when it comes to the tanks. Obviously, Kazante and Sion are now gone, but because you have to use so much of your mana to combo the wave down, that you end up in this position where oftentimes these mana-less champions like Renekton and Rumble can continuously push the wave and put you in really awkward positions where you don't have the mana you need to try and combat that push. So oftentimes you just attack the mana pool of the Ornn and end up winning out the lane like that. So obviously it's great for the team composition, but I think Lot will struggle here against Kana in this matchup, just trying to protect himself.
Hans, if you're in this game and you're looking at it, you're like, let's say you're playing the Giant X side as the bot lane. Yeah. Are you calling for a lot of jungle pressure? You're like, hey, we need you down here early. We want to put this Varus behind as much as possible. Or are you kind of like, if you need to go top, if you need to go mid, that's okay?
I think the first 3 level, nothing really is happening that much. Ezreal should be on the winning side from GX side. In the lane, they should just get pushed, right? I think the most important is just going to be how the situation on mid is, because definitely Galio has a chance to make some plays on the Orianna. Orianna just wants to play the lane slowly, like keep poking and stuff. So I think I would expect more action around mid than bot lane.
See if Jun and Busio agree and head down towards that middle lane. It's a cleanse on Noah here on the Ezreal, trying to keep himself a little bit more safe as Yahoo and Yike poke their heads in, looking for that Razorbeak ward if they can get it. They are going to get forced out by Lot, Isma, and Jackie's.
They're still trying to see what they can achieve, but not going to be too much. Everyone's just going to back away instead, so looks like it'll be all even Steven. Again, though, this is kind of what Betty was talking about in the last game. Like, you so regularly see these junglers pathing from top down towards the bottom side. It's kind of already getting some nice poke there.
Looks like both the bot laners placed their ward in that middle bush. You see this really often, especially in double range support matchups. The ability to control that bush does give you a lot of pressure. You're stroking your chin there, Hans. You're allowed to. It's fine. I'm just wondering what you're thinking about.
No, just I was trying to think what was the map state. A bit hard to see. But yeah, Casey was trying to contest the first wave, but as expected, Ezreal wins the push. So I would expect Jarvan to just play for bot prop soon.
He's gone for that press the
maybe
attack.
One of them, if they play 2 aggro mid, maybe one of them can look for cheesy level 3 gank mid, because there's also no wards.
So if you're Kalista and Busio in this sort of situation, what are those like windows of or timings that you're looking for where you can try and punish Noah and Jun?
So you just have to play sustain and poke like the whole time, and dodging Ezreal Q. Like Bard, like Rakan has a lot of sustain, so it's a lot of back and forth, and just playing off of that. And when they get level 4, they could potentially go for an all-in because they have more damage. But so far, level 1 and 2, they don't have that much damage. They just like look for short trade, a lot of short trade.
Yeah. Using the Rakan Q just to top yourself back up, and then the Battle Dance for the shield. They are going to get pushed in a little bit for the start.
And assuming that's why you opt in towards the Arcane Commerce rather than the Halo Blades, right? Because it is just about this continuous poke.
Yeah, exactly. I think Comet is much better there. You don't really look for the all-in. Maybe if you have a Braum and you want to play, it makes more sense to play Halo Blade, so you can actually like maybe look to one-tap someone at level 3. But here it makes more sense to go Comet.
Kana sneaking behind the wave here. Lot's going to have to try and dash out. Flashes out as well. Kana tanks the tower, but still gets the kill. And forces Lot away. A solo kill for Kana, running this Ignite on the Rumble.
Huge pickup for Kana, and this is what we're saying. It's not the best of times for the Ornn into the matchup, and Kana punishing well with the Ignite. Even the first strike as well. He's going to get so much gold in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not a feels-good moment for Giant X when your top laner dies in the 1v1. Lot 1-13 on Ornn in his career, has won 1 game in the LEC, and then lost 13 in tiers 2 and 3 of EMEA. And Kana, I mean, you can see why so many people rate him as one of the best top laners, if not the best top laner, as Jun's caught out after flash from the magical journey. Talks about that all-in threat. If Jun's caught like that, you can put a lot of damage down as Kalist and Busio.
Yeah, with level, it becomes very hard usually for the lane to be good, like from Ezreal's side. So they want to play fast, for sure. Also, they are I think KC bot lane is playing this matchup very good, because I think GX should be, I would expect them to push the first 3-4 waves and then basing first, getting tempo in the map, maybe impacting mid a bit more, but that didn't really happen.
Would you ever run teleport on Kalist here? Say you were struggling in the lane, you were getting pushed in. Would you ever run teleport on the Varus just to be able to get back to the wave a little bit quicker, get yourself the resets, or do you think Ghost is mandatory?
I think teleport makes sense, but from like Kalist is playing against Java and Bard, so I would say that he prioritized the Ghost more for late game, mid game, late game survivability.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I guess it scales more. TP is a bit better for lane, but I guess they don't need it this time.
Having a really good laning phase so far, relatively even with Noah and Jun. Both the bot laners will go back and get themselves longswords and tears. The only difference, a refillable potion for Kalist and a health potion for Noah. It's the early game going very much in KC's favor, mostly because Kana was able to get that solo kill in the top lane. Saw them placing some deep vision up towards the top side. Isma is down here. He's going for his Gromp before getting that extra treat, I believe. So won't hit that extra smite. Yike looking towards this bottom side, knowing that Jun doesn't have his flash.
He should be able to get in position here. Jun doesn't really have a way to get away. There's the Ghost for Kalist.
Yeah, Jun's going to try and use the heal for movement speed, but when comes Lightning and Yike's diving onto Jun, gets the knock-up, and Kalist secures the kill. Well played by KC.
Yeah, the Cosmic Binding used just before that, so there was no way to try and get away from Yike. A nice pickup then on the bottom side. Kalist and Busio off to a good start.
It's kind of the ideal start, really, for the KC bot lane, isn't it, Hans?
Yeah, I think it's really game winning. These things that happen in the early game, now they just have to focus on Dragon with a stronger bot lane, having mid stable. Looks like Galio is like just doing fine on mid, so he's great.
But I think this is something that KC have just been exceptional at is, hey, we get these pushing bot lanes. Let's put pressure on with Yike and even with creative pathing there from Yike to try and focus on that bottom side. But then isolating Kana into a really strong matchup with the way the draft has gone as well. Like, they banned away a lot of those tanks, guaranteeing that Kana would either have a good matchup on the Rumble or end up in some sort of carry matchup he'd be able to perform on. So I think for KC, this is something we've seen from the time again. And I think it's going to have to be on teams to find ways to exploit it or stop KC from achieving this.
Yeah, how do you fight back if you're Giant X? Your top lane is losing, your jungler is on top side of the map, enemy jungler is getting Drake, and you have push in bot. Like, if you were on the Giant X side of this, Hans, what would you be saying to your team? Like, what would your win conditions be?
I think you're gonna have to fight back the vision, because if you end up giving every vision for KC side, it's just gonna be hard to play the game slowly, because they're just gonna poke you out, move in between lanes, and you just have to contest the vision. Probably like for 3-3 mid, or maybe some sort of lane gank towards the Varus, because you're playing Java and Bard, right? Like you can also force his flash.
You can see KC with a slew of wards through that river. One just cleared out by Jun. Will want to try and team up with Isma as he steps forward. Still doesn't have that flash, so he's a little bit susceptible if he goes into the enemy jungle by himself. Spotted out again, but it's the vision play you were talking about, Hans, trying to clear as much through this bot side as possible.
Yeah, I think though, like, at least with Jun on his Bard, I've seen him make some absolute magic happen. And I think that's where I'm hoping that they can start making some plays, because this, for me, was the battle of the Bards between the two supports. And Jun got his hands on it in this series, but they've both been absolutely exceptional on the pick. And if Jun can try and make some plays, he's about to tick over to level 6. Maybe there's some windows where you can make picks on Kalist with Isma there in the Cataclysm, and it should be all good.
All right, well, Hans, we're about to say goodbye to you. We'll let you go off. Is there anything you think about... it's a very poorly worded question. I'm going to start that one again. How do you feel this game's going to go from here? What are you expecting?
I'm from here. I would expect KC to play like super well controlled around the vision, using the poke that they have, and making sure to disengage when GX is looking for the proactive play, because the GX has no choice but to go for the proactive play, especially on the second dragon, on the third dragon. But if KC plays well around that, gets proper vision, I think they should be able to just win the game cleanly, because right now it's looking very, very good for KC.
That's how they were able to win in the regular season as well. Thank you very much. Anything you want to say to your fans? We saw someone saying W Hans Casting. Anything you want to say to the G2 fans out there before we let you go?
Well, thanks for the support for G2 and looking to make you guys proud for the everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us, Hans. Well, we'll hold down your mute button and we will replace Hans with someone almost as beautiful, definitely as witty, and half as blonde-haired.
Yeah, I'm not quite as stylish as Hans Sama is, but I loved his insight, and I loved how he, as politely as possible, said, "GG, go next."
Yeah, it's like, this is game winning.
Yeah, obviously, when we get on stage, a lot can happen, but right now, if things go kind of as we expect, KC very much are the favorites in this matchup, and honestly, I was expecting there to be more of a kerfuffle around that bot crab spawn, but it ended up just being a concede just due to a really nice gank from Yike. So nothing but a strong performance from KC so far in this early game.
Yeah, and the shockwave from Jackie's in River ended up burning Yike's flash as well, but because the shockwave was burned, they actually couldn't really follow up on it at the Void Grubs. So KC able to push Giant X off the Void Grubs, they get 2 as well. So objectives kind of going the way of KC thus far off of the winning plays they're making.
This is very KC as well. Low combined minutes, kills per minute in their game. Near the bottom of it, 0.7. They love these slow measured games. As Tempered Fate comes out, Busio immediately goes in with the charm, and because of that, Isma can't go in for any further engage. True Shot Barrage connects! And Jun slams a meep into the face of Kalist. Giant X found the play, even though it looked like it wouldn't materialize.
Kalist thought he'd have enough with the Ghost to be able to escape, but it just wasn't. Had the flash available, ends up getting clipped by the ultimate and falls in that bottom side.
It does seem like he was trying to predict the trajectory of the Ezreal ultimate, and he thought that, as you rightly said, with the Ghost, he'd be able to just walk scot-free. Doesn't commit that flash, still holds on to it, and that ends up punishing him. So good play from GX. They need to be finding these type of plays, these outplay opportunities to get some gold back on the map, and a little bit more control after what has been a strong KC early game.
I think the risk for Kalist there as well is if he does flash, Busio has used all of his tools to keep Isma away, and Isma can just walk towards the tower, flag and drag Cataclysm. And it's like, well, are you still dead anyway?
Well, he actually already used the Damascene Standard because he got the assist.
Oh, yes. Okay. Good job, Isma. Well done.
So all Isma in that bottom side of the map.
The typical job. He gave the attack speed to the Bard to get the auto attack out in time. Lot walks away from the equalizer. Isma's looking for this. Call of the Forge God coming out as Kana flashes. And the Forge God will ram its way through the lane. Kana's flash down, though, does mean he's a little bit more susceptible to a gank. Still 1,000 gold lead on this Rumble.
I really thought that he would actually try that. Like, he has Ignite up. I thought that he would make the choice that, you know what, I'm going to dive underneath the tower, but he chooses to take the safe approach. He doesn't want to run the risk of giving any gold over. Right now, as far as I can tell, he's not sitting on a shutdown, but still, he's going to play it more defensively. Doesn't have flash. We'll see if Isma can make a repeat gank happen. Yike, though, sets its sight on the second dragon of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Yahoo's been doing a great job of controlling mid, but a wave up when it comes towards the CS and been able to give windows for Yike then to play through this bottom side of the map. So honestly, KC, apart from obviously Kalist getting caught, have been doing very well across the map. Like, everything is kind of going their way, and we have Giant X looked for the cross map and trying to make something happen topside, but just wasn't able to materialize.
KC been so good about playing around these objectives during LEC versus. First tower in 73% of their games. First Drake, they're leading the league almost in all of their games. And their Drake percentage very high as well.
It's only short to Na'Vi.
Only short to Na'Vi, as you say. Already have 2 Drakes at 12 minutes. With an ocean and a mountain, and it's a Cloud Soul for them. Rakan will be licking his lips. It's like, as a Rakan, you will love a good Cloud Soul whenever you can get it. And kind of hate it when the enemy team gets it. That extra movement speed can be a little bit tricky to play around. KC so far showing us why they are the first seed coming out of the regular season, as they are in a very strong position early in this game. 2K ahead, first items being completed. It's a Zeke's for Busio, most commonly seen on Rakana's first item these days for the ultimate ability haste. Mikhail's for Jun to try and get away from some of that CC. Really, the Chain of Corruption and the quickness, the two that he's targeting. Obviously, that can be used on Yahoo's Taunt as well. But usually, if Yahoo's taunting you, you are about to be clipped by a lot of crowd control.
I also thought for a second, I'm glad I double-checked, but for some reason in my head, Mikhail's also gave you a boost of movement speed. But it's the bar W that actually does that, right? Yeah.
It does give you a bit of health. That can be used to top people up.
But it was mainly just that. Also, I'm thinking the Galio taunt, because getting that extra movement speed to outrun the taunt can always be valuable. But it can also just cleanse the taunt, which is also just as valuable. So a lot of uses.
I think arguably more valuable.
Yeah, guaranteed rather,
Yep, absolutely. So ultimately, though, right now, we're mainly just waiting. Both teams aren't eager to force anything. They're happy to just farm up, get what items they can, because with the Herald spawning in about a minute 10, neither team is eager to force anything ahead of that.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, though, you have to put resources into protecting Jackie. You've got Busio and Yike with push on mid who can easily start to move down towards his bottom side. And that's why you can see Jun basically sitting as a third ward in this bottom side river just to make sure that there is no plays that can set up for Yahoo. Or you can use that Mikhail's if you really needs to. But
good look for Calist here. Calist ordering that. Doesn't know Jun's. Oh. He's just too tanky, guys. I don't know what Jun was meant to do in that situation.
Two best bards in the league in this game.
I mean, yeah, he just kind of missed everything, didn't he? He was standing in a warded bush, but the control ward was denying KC vision, which is why he could stand there for as long as he did. Didn't land the slow, could have started with the auto. Decided against it. Another Cosmic Binder going wide as Busio clear out the vision. Cataclysm coming in. They're looking for the Shockwave. Jackie's is on his way across. Chain of Corruption going wide. Yahoo coming in with a Hero's Entrance. There's the Shockwave only going to connect onto one. Isma goes in for another flag, and Dragon... I don't understand why you're starting that fight.
Isma tried to flag and drag out of the Cataclysm, but got interrupted by Busio, so then couldn't get out. So I think the idea was lock them down, hope we can make a follow-up play afterwards. But Busio, with the Grand Entrance, just denies him the exit.
Yeah, Busio was super impressive in that play because the timing has to be quite specific so that the Jarvan doesn't get the knock-up on you. And keep your eyes on Busio here because the ulti will come through from Isma. I agree that the positions weren't really in place, but that interrupt right there to stop Isma from getting out. He's forced to flash. His E isn't off cooldown, so his only choice really is to go for another knockup, but there's not much else that they can get. Good collapse from KC, but an overforce from Isma, which results in a Herald secured and another advantage for KC.
Another objective for KC. 2,500 gold their lead now. And with next Drake up in a minute's time, expect to see them making a beeline for the bot side of the map. So we see those role quests all completed on either side. For Giant X, you still got a few tools in your toolkit, but it's going to be tricky in these next moments. Perhaps with Lot there, you'll have enough in terms of engage, but he's 1,300 gold behind right now. He is struggling in this, what has basically been a pure 1v1 for the majority of the game.
Yeah, for Giant X, you have to look for cross maps, but KC have been kind of battling the cross map first or denying access to the cross map and then going for the play. Like when Dragon spawned, Giant X tried to make a play top, kind of nearly killed Lost, that play fizzles. Now we get the play of, you want to try and maybe do something around bottom side, but KC attack there first, then go for the Rift Herald. And I think that's why they've just been so successful in securing these objectives is they're kind of good at reading what their opponent wants to do and just nullifying that opportunity.
It's GX, though, that have control around the Dragon for now. They're denying KC of as much vision as possible. Good little bit of poke will come through. The Celestial opposition going to help to mitigate that. But with the priority that they have in mid, they should be able to just walk their way back into the river, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Yike right behind Busio. That jungle support synergy working in tow.
TP from Lot.
Very early TP.
Well, Kana had first move from topside, reset, and just walked through mid, so Lot realized it didn't need to be here pretty soon.
The downside, though, is that shield, it lasts a long time. It's like 30 seconds or something, right? But now it's just going to fizzle, I feel, because you're not going to be able to take advantage of that unless they force a fight in the near future. And it seems that...
Okay, Isma was recalling down towards the bottom side, so I thought he was going to finish his recall. Decides against it. He's looking to see if perhaps they can catch out Yahoo, who did just go in with the Justice Punch. The Drake begun, Yahoo flashes away, there's the taunt. Jackie stands at the edge of it, Call of the Forge got being used as well. As they try and catch out Yike, Shockwave onto Yahoo, they'll get the shutdown, but the rest of KC are beginning to collapse. Jackie's flashes away. and Isma is just left to the wolves. Tempered Fate will stop him in the middle of the Flag and Dragon. Yike with the Crescent Guard will dive in to get another kill. The jungler down for Giant X. Jun flashing away, Equalizer down as well as Jackie's tries to walk out. Low mana on him. Kana with the Flame Spitter will begin to burn Lot alive, and Busio can just dash in whenever he wants. Jun down. Alongside him, Lot will go to an early grave. Noah and Jackie's the last two standing here for Giant X. Noah does still have the flash, has the cleanse. Kana lands the harpoon, and the chase continues. Good command attack onto Kana, takes him low. He flashes, and Busio dances in. Blocks the Mystic shot that I don't think was gonna connect, but falls for it anyway.
The fight looked close until it didn't. The arrival of the mech monster from the top lane did so much damage in the second half of that fight, forcing Giant X to have to run away, but it all starts with an engage onto Yehu.
Yeah, this was a little bit of bedlam, because Yehu didn't need to take this, but thought he could maybe get a trade onto Jackie's, which then opens up for KC to collapse. A route onto Lot interrupts the second half of the Ornn ultimate from Kalist, so that kind of nullifies that play. And then here, that's heartbreaking. Isma was about to get away, but now we're back to live.
And back for round two, it seems, as Yike jumps onto Jun. Tries to take the Magical Journey out, does get knocked up by the Q3. Yike's going to follow him across the wall, and the Crescent Guard's back up, but now GX are able to collapse upon him. Jungler down for KC might mean they need to back away from the Drake. It's soul point for them if they can take it. Busio has the quickness back up, Chain of Corruption as well, available for Kalist. Lot's going to get knocked up by Yahoo. Cataclysm in by Isma. Chain of Corruption has to be flashed away from. The Drake still stands, as KC and Giant X are just landing punch after punch.
It's getting scrappy here on Summoner's Rift. Rumble has just pushed in that bottom side, so Kana maybe looking to group up now at KC. And Giant X feeling a little less confident as Kana makes his way over.
It's getting scrappy. I mean, Yike, we got to go back to that play, because that was way too ambitious.
He killed Jun, but it's worth.
I mean,
Jungler for support and Dragon up?
Yeah, I don't think that was worth. Yike definitely had blood in his eyes. I mean, he's extremely strong on this Xin Zhao. You can see how much damage he is dishing out. But then GX, I think their priorities got shifted because they wanted to fight for more. They thought that they could actually go for a bigger fight rather than set up around the dragon. And maybe they were worried about the poke. But we look at Yike here, and look at how quickly he just melts Jun, decides to go for the engage, knows that Jarvan can't really do anything, interrupts him going through the portal initially, and then goes way too deep. All of GX turn their attention onto him, and the dragon is at 50% HP. So I feel like the GX should have just turned their attention to the objective, taken the objective, reset, but instead they wanted the fight, and now they end up losing the dragon anyway.
Yeah, just before the replay, Jackie's TP to the top lane, which meant the Giant X were just giving up on the Drake anyway. With Yike back out, will be soul point for KC, 4.5 minutes before they can claim that one. Still big leads for Yike and for Kalist, 1.6k each. Kana's lead has shrunk a little bit after Lot was able to pick up a kill in the last sequence. He has the Kanik Rukan upgraded with that masterwork. Lot will start giving out more upgrades throughout the course of the fight, assuming he can get towards those higher levels. And that does, it's effective gold for Giant X if they can get that Ornn passive, get him scaled up. As Jun and Isma look for a little bit of a blue invade. Yike's going to keep the blue aggro for as long as possible. Isma then starts it up himself. Kana down towards the bottom side, doesn't have TP, but the blue's still secured for Case.
Yeah, I think Giant X basically trying to pull into this top side because Kana doesn't have TP, but you didn't keep the wave pushed in on top side. So it's a blue steal, but you're about to lose a wave on bottom side. You aren't attacking the turret on the top end. Like, I think Giant X could have used that time way more valuably to try and take that top lane turret, or maybe make a dive on towards Yehu with the man advantage. But now they just have to reset, and they kind of just net loss, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Kana just got about 400 extra gold.
Yeah.
Like, he's very happy. It's like, oh, my gold lead began to disappear, and now it's back. Has that Seekers. Isn't actually going to go straight for the Zhonya's. There's a Fiendish Codex and an Amplifying Tome instead. Meanwhile, on the top side, Yahoo continues to push in. A lot of pings coming out from Giant X in the vicinity of him.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I think I think Jackie's, does he get us? Oh, I was about to say he might just get the tower off the back of it as well, which would have made it even worse for Giant X. But the tower barely stands. Yahoo hiding in the brush, but doesn't have any support here.
I have a great appreciation for Gallios that do incredibly well in terms of their farm. I'm mainly just used to it from Korean. Galio's doing that, and then I remembered, yep, Yehu is a Korean. Galio, in fact, doing that. Is Lot's now in a lot of danger.
Yeah, quickness coming out with the Flame Splitter as well. Lot did a really good job of dodging the initial CC. He's going to try and get down to this blast cone, but he can't get there in time. Kana takes the kill. Yehu forced away towards this top side, but in the end, he didn't have to burn anything. He just walks away. Yeah, you're going to lose a tower, but Kana very happy to pick up more gold.
I ultimately think this is a relatively even cross map, though, because Jackie's is going to get a huge influx of gold thanks to securing this tower, assuming he can secure it. Jarvan decided not to stick around. The minion wave is going to thin out. Yehu's going to return to this top lane. And so ultimately that should be a net win for KC with the goal that they've gained. They've got good vision coverage around the bot side as well. They hold on to this mid pressure that they've had pretty much for the entirety of the game. And while the Dragon is still 2 minutes away, it's limiting the options that Isma does have. He's always got to be cautious about moving into that bot side jungle.
Yeah, I think that's where, if you can force pick for KC, things get significantly easier. And Rumble, again, has just been free farming this entire time. A 2k gold lead for himself and Yike as they continue to push in on this bottom side. And now it just becomes a case of, like, how much can you slap them with the wallets? Because your top lane is incredibly strong in this Rumble. Yike now with his, they're working up towards a GA, which I don't think he'll quite have completed just before this Dragon. But still, KC are in a very good spot when it comes to items for this fight in a minute and a half.
Yeah, Kalista 3 items. Like Yumu's Edge of Night and Manamune complete for him. He's going to poke an absolute ton. If he can clip onto Jackie's or Noah, those will be his key targets. Even Ismo as well. Not too tanky with the Sundered Sky and the Black Cleaver.
You think he gets it?
Oh, Kana just sneaks the tower under Lot's nose. Does manage to secure it. Drake up in a minute. You see a little bit of vision down there from Giant X. A couple of pings coming out towards the Baron as well as Busio was clearing out a ward. Has the Unsealed Spellbook, Exhaust, and Flash on it right now. And for Giant X, it's like, how do you actually navigate a fight to win against KC when they are this far ahead? Because it's a 5k lead.
KC get hit by... Shockwave hits 5 people.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Ezreal hits 5 people.
It's the
and then
3
Jarvan hits 5 people.
What about D1?
And then Ornn could hit 2 people, that's fine. Yeah. As long as
those are the only 2 left alive.
On the way back, it then hits 5
gotcha.
people.
Okay. And what if Jun hits 5 people before that?
Yeah, that's the problem.
That could ruin everything. Yeah. We could calm down, Jun. Okay, let's maybe at the start, that would be good if it hit all 5 people. Because then you could time the Shockwave and then everything would come together, right?
So what you're saying is KC just shouldn't stand in a circle that small.
I think so.
And they'll be
yes.
fine. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. They're doing exactly that.
The thing that Hansama said earlier is like range is the biggest problem, right? And that's what Ornn's supposed to be helping with. But interestingly, KC's just saying, I want to take a tower.
Yeah, who's going to TP towards the mid lane? Meanwhile, Lot is burned alive by KC. Kalist takes the kill. And that's your tank, by the way.
So, all the ways this fight could have gone, that is not how I expected things to play out.
The core of the Force God didn't hit 5 people. That was
he didn't use it.
Yeah,
but it's, you know.
No, it could do.
The way I interpret what just happened was GX realized Yehu was hitting the bot tower. So they say, we need to go and deal with this. Half the team starts walking towards it. Lot is still in the mindset, hang on, they're 4 versus 5. We can actually fight here. And so you've got 2 different things trying to happen at once. Nothing ends up happening. And KC just say, oh, we'll kill your tank then.
Yep.
And yeah, I think that was just a bit of a coordination issue that KC was quick to punish. Now with the Cloud Soul, we know that Busio is very happy. He's now a speed demon. And it's KC with full control around the Baron. So overall, an incredibly clean game 1 from them in this series so far.
Yeah, kind of to be expected. They had a really good regular season. We have had only 2-0s so far in LEC versus playoffs.
That's true.
KC looking to make it, I mean, both teams are looking to make it 4 out of 4.
Oh,
but
Jackie's
going to try and TP away. Harpoons are going to hit, and he does manage to get to his Nexus towers, about as close to the fountain as you can.
Credit to Busio. That man he's just... Look at where he is right now, okay? He's always either here or doing it in the top side jungle. It feels like that he's always ready to flank. And look, he is eyeing up Noah right now. He is threatening him, saying, you've got to be ready, buddy, because he's going to get spotted out by this ward. Observer's showing he's sitting in the pocket of vision.
He's jumped across into the Razor Beaks. Oh, that would have been so nice if he'd done that.
Could have been cool.
Yeah. Would have been really cool. Didn't know where anyone was. We knew where everyone was.
This man's forward percentage is really nice to see, because it's just that extra bit of pressure that you're always having to deal with. And he starts 2 wards up. That's crazy. You'd think that being this deep, you'd just be dropping wards non-stop, and I mean, he is. Yeah. But he's still got plentiful supply.
His 4 ward percentage is really high, didn't you?
Yes. That's a good one. That is a good one. Tower secured in the bottom lane. Another huge gold injection for KC. And they're in a very powerful position. GX are basically hoping for that overstep, that one good team fight to give them a chance back in this game.
No, going for Endless Hunger third on this Ezreal, looking for that bit of Omnivamp, if he can find it in the ability haste that comes with it. It does do really well on the Ezreal, but needs a bit of sustain where he can get it. Lucio here, once again, playing around vision control. Only triple oracles on the side of Giant X. They do need those couple of far sights to spot out Barons and such because they're behind, but you would want a few more sweepers. Cataclysm going down onto Yehu, who just flashes away from Isma.
Yeah, Yehu overextended a little bit. Bit desynced with KC. They were looking for resets, but no one could actually reset because Yehu got caught, and they thought, if they've invested that much on the bottom side, you kind of need to force the Baron instead. So it means that Yehu burns his flash, and now KC can actually get the resets in, so kind of wonky on the timing there.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Because as you're rightly saying, if a Jarvan is on the bot lane, you would immediately start Baron. But if your whole team's plan is, bro, I want to go to base, like, maybe we don't start Baron right now. It ultimately just means that a flash lost for Yehu. He's now grouping up with the team. Again, I'm keeping my eyes on the map. I'm looking at Busio. This man, he's a sneaky trickster, how he's navigating through the fog of war. Yeah, he's doing it again. He's like, yeah, your jungle,
How
my
is there
jungle.
never a ward there?
Because he's sweeping them, man. He's taking them all.
Oh, Noah. Okay, Arcane shift in the right direction.
Is it enough?
Yike, still chasing him. Busio's there for the chase as well. Noah, Arcane shifts away. Overall, just very difficult for Giant X to step out on the map right now. You are looking for KC to make a mistake, to tread where they don't belong, but they have so many tools to get out. Like Busio, the reason you can do this is you have a ton, right? You can jump, you can dash, you can get a mile away in a heartbeat. Chain of Corruption from Kalist doesn't connect onto Isma. It's just
just a warning shot.
Yeah, you know, just across the bosun's ear there.
KC making it very difficult for GX to clear out this vision. They can't get anything in the river. Baron now going to be started by Yike. Observers once again highlighting for us how little GX can see, whereas KC see absolutely everything. They have full information as to where their opposition is. Noah kind of in no man's land right now. Has to be cautious of how he approach. The Baron down to about 60% HP now.
You have to be careful where you position Giant X though, because KC can pull off and immediately go and attack that mid wave, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Now you're just not able to actually get towards your tier 2, and KC will just get access to the tower.
Yeah. Smart little bait play there by KC. I'll get access to this mid lane tower. They'll be able to take it down. Kalist just needs a couple of autos to do so, and then you can reset again, get your vision back, and basically rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I really want to emphasize how good that play was, simply because what they did was they suffocate all your vision in this area, right? They remove all of this info.
You're drawing really well there, Eddie. Yep.
They remove all the information there. They force GX to have to enter through this top side, and the moment that they do that, you peel off and you push mid. And the concept seems really simple, but the steps in order to set that up perfectly is not that easy to do, and KC just make it look simple. They get another tower completely uncontested.
And also Busio just hit on mid, which meant that it was basically impossible for Giant X to really know where he was, so they had to group up, or else it'd be very easy for them to get them picked. And I think it gives more credit to kind of what Betty was saying earlier on about how Busio, like where he thinks about his position on the map, is what makes him so successful. And like even here, just finding these small windows in the Rakan where he can
sneaky man.
Oh, Yike's going to jump into Jackies, who has to flash away. The piercing out. Busio flashing forward with the quickness as well. There's a hero's entrance following up, but Jackies gets face planted by Yahoo. Noah trying to jump away. Kalist is on the chase. Noah will fall. Lot and Isma, the only two left standing here for Giant X. Isma dives in. Kalist claims the triple. KC just wipe away Giant X.
Blink and they're gone. KC immediately jump onto Giant X, and now with the wave on bot lane, the base will be cracked open. And what else do you need at this stage for KC? Elder Dragon's there, but I don't know if they even want to go for it.
Just an exceptional execution game from KC. Their macro was at an extremely high level this game, from start to finish. They pick apart GX, and they're going to look to close things out right now.
Yeah, still 15 seconds on the carries here. Lot getting rooted up underneath this Nexus tower. Busio looking for the knockup as well. Lot goes down. Jun stands for a second, but the magical journey just sends him to an early grave. Casey clean it up again. Jackie's will spawn in time to die with the equalizer down, the chain of corruption as well. A piercing arrow through its heart as Casey claim game 1.
I don't think GX got a single team fight.
Yep.
No. Like, I think it was just pick after pick after pick. Casey punishing the positioning of GX. Phenomenally done. We'll see if they can continue that as we go to a quick break. We'll see you after this.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm been crushing. My body wanna talk. What was that?
Whoops. Wrong word.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Someone forget Logitech mouse on my thing.
Just take it. Give it to me.
Isma, take it.
Actually, give.
No, guys, the ref is coming. Whoa.
She saw me. Shut the up, guys, next time.
Jackis, who has to flash away. The piercing out. Busio flashing forward with the quickness as well as the hero's entrance following up. And Jackis gets face planted by Yahoo. Noah trying to jump away. Callista's on the chase. Noah will fall. Lot and Isma, the only two left standing here for Giant X. Isma dives in. Callista claims the triple.
Casey takes down Giant XDD in the first game of this series. Yeah, I said that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, typical round one so far. Very one-sided games. And yeah, yet again, here.
This one, at least, we don't have to look at the seeding. Because earlier in the day, it was like G2 7th seed versus 4th seed, 7th seed dominating. Like, KCR, the first place team, they look like the best team. They cooked them, in Kana's case, literally. Like, it was a slaughter.
I'm just disappointed. I don't know, like Noah and Jun, I was hoping they had some more magic, but...
You were coping so much,
I mean, maybe I was coping, but like, I don't know, like especially Noah had the Ezreal, Jun on the Bard, but they just didn't get off to a good start. Like they lost the flash in the 2v2, and Casey pounced on the opportunities that they gave them. I mean, we see it here, right? It's Noah and Jun making a mistake. Jun walks too far forward, misses the Q, and I think, to be fair, Jun had a really bad Bard game. Like, the Qs weren't great, the ultimates weren't great either, and Casey just punished the mistakes that he made.
And they really did make it look effortless. Like, yeah, Jun missed positions there, but I love the follow-up appearance from Yike. And I think it's so frustrating. It's like, if you make a mistake in the 2v2, suddenly everyone in KC's like, oh, is that blood in the water? Oh, is that weakness we smell down there? Like, they're going to come, they're going to pounce, they're going to turn that into a bigger lead. And that game went from excitement for the 2v2, maybe KC favored, definitely KC favored, but excitement for the 2v2 to like completely unplayable before Hans had even left the desk.
And playing Bard against the best Bard player we have in the league, in the West, I don't know. How do you re-rate Bard's Busio? Busio's Bard?
Busio's Bard?
Busio's Bard.
Jun's
Bard's Busio.
Bard's Busio.
Bard's Busio in that
Bard's
case.
Busio.
I mean, Busio Bard is pretty good, but I mean, the Jun Bard, I think he can be very good on it. We've seen Jun be great on Nico, and I feel like if you have a great Nico, then transitioning that into Bard, it's like similar, the range champs, the fact that you have that engage. But I just felt like Jun was so off. Like, none of the qualities that I normally see in him felt like he exhibited in this game.
Yeah.
He needs
and
that
also,
confidence.
in general, the communication was also rough.
Yeah.
You had one of the Tempered Fates where Isma's already started the flag drag, gets interrupted, and that's one of the things where if they're communicating, Isma can wait a little bit longer, might be able to escape. A lot of those fights were closer than they should have been with the goal difference, but the coordination was rough.
That's the thing. It takes a lot of coordination to pull a draft like this, but I see a lot of useful tools. I see a Jarvan, I see an Orianna, I see an Ornn that can also make stuff happen in team fights. What was the chance for this team to come back later on? Because they even couldn't. But
I mean, the problem I have with this is I really like the GX draft. I was coming into this.
You're just like, we want so badly to give people hope for both sides. But you're right, the draft was good. We can't be like, oh, bad draft, go next, guys. There's no easy out here. You're right,
like,
the
it's a
draft
great Jarvan game. You're into an immobile carry. KC comp is kind of low damage, especially if you kill the Varus. And you have Bard as well to try to shut down that Varus. And even the Ornn, like, you have so many tools, but the confidence wasn't there. The communication wasn't there. And they need to just click better.
Okay, Jack Spectra, as the nerd AD carry here, I want you to talk about Varus's build because it is something that we've seen Carzzy do. Calist did it here as well. What makes it special when you play Lethality Varus in that scenario with LDR?
I mean, so he went Lethality Varus, which made a lot of sense, even though enemy had a little bit of front line. It's just like the best Varus right now. But what he did go is the LDR, which I really like. It's just a better item than Cyrilda's, to be honest. It gives you more penetration, it gives you Giant Slayer against HP stackers, and we could see it in this game. Like, the Qs later on, my goodness. I think we have the B-roll of the last fight, and we'll see just how much damage he was doing in these fights, because when the Qs land here, I think we even get a slow-mo a little bit. Whoa, like, what the hell is that? You know, like, that was half of his HP with just one Q, and a lot of that is that LDR.
Yeah, and the damage amp is really nice, but also you don't really use Cyrilda's slow at all. Your E already slows, your ulti's already a root. you've hit him with the Q, which is the only skill shot you need to hit. So that slow doesn't matter. So I think it is a really heads-up decision where people might, balk it like, oh, you're wasting some crit chance, you're not going to use it well. But the rest of the item is so strong.
Oh, Kyoto is scolding.
Yeah, I was about to say, he looks very intense. You know him. What is he telling them right now?
He tilts pretty hard when you lose, and he can get pretty emotional. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's currently giving them the belt and telling them, like, this is unacceptable. Because I also think this was a lifeless GX.
Yeah.
This is not the GX that we're used to. We've seen GX play bad. But when GX usually plays bad, they're too overeager. Isma is a bit too crazy. But this was nothing. This was a nothing burger.
Side topic, I want to say, we talked about this with Caps. Yehu on something else than Azir. I hyped up his Galio, and his Galio was spot on, and I'm so happy he played.
I have a B-roll here of Yahoo Galio, if we can pull that up. And I just really, I wasn't sold on Yahoo, but then when you look at Galio, I mean, look at the skin he's playing. This is a man of taste. Like, look at this skin. How is it even a League of Legends skin? This looks like a League of Legends 2 skin. Does not like 2030. Like, what? Look at the recoil as well, the effects.
Jack, you're my favorite salesman. How do you keep coming back to this? You had so many good plays this game. You asked the entire production team to spend their valuable time getting you like a simmer roll.
Well, it's a nice skin. What can I say? Like, that's what I saw.
All right, someone at Riot gift that skin to Jack Spectra, please, because obviously that's the call for help here.
He's been requesting it for weeks.
And yeah, casters, whatever, take it away. I'm done.
Oh, don't enable that behavior even remotely.
It is a cool skin, though.
That's great.
Too many times he's talked about it, right? But it's a cool skin.
It is a very cool skin.
It's even got the whole Protoss, not Void Rays. What are the big ones called? Battle Cruisers? It's not Protoss. That's
StarCraft.
Yeah,
carriers.
Yes, carriers. Right, he's got the Protoss carriers that fire at him, and it's cool.
I don't refute that. This is, however, an esports broadcast.
And StarCraft is an esport, Betty.
Okay, what does that have to do with the Galio skin?
It had the battle carriers.
You've somehow made this twisted argument. This is not the point. Let's focus on the draft for game 2. KC are going to be on the red side. GX are going to be on the blue side.
I like when we used to talk about it.
Yeah, apparently we can't talk about StarCraft. Just before your time, was it?
You can, again,
didn't have computers
if you want
in
to
Wales.
talk about StarCraft, we can talk about StarCraft, but somehow bring its relevance to...
We did!
The skin you made it relevant to, not the game!
because we never talk about skins as casters.
Okay, we've gone off topic. Gentlemen, lock in. What have we got banned? Sion and Bessa. Any other? Do you want to chime in? No? Should I
There's nothing else to yeah. You said what have we got banned, then you said the 2 things that are banned. Do you want me to go through the Fearless bans, Betty? Everything played in the last game cannot be played again. That's how Fearless works.
Excellent.
And there'll be another ban in a second. Giant X on the right side of your screen are blue side in the game and have first pick.
Yeah, I'm curious, like Yunara, Azir, still up and available. Like, I think those are kind of the bans that I would be teetering towards. Unless you're trying to eye them up as first picks, but we'll have to see.
And then we'll get rid of the Nautilus as the next ban. As you say, Yunara and Azir do make sense. Kai'Sa Nautilus very strong as well, so maybe just trying to get rid of some of Lucio's playmaking potential. So overall, it is so far a very KC-sided series. They absolutely clattered in game 1, doing the style they've done through the regular season as well, methodical. Sometimes, obviously, it hasn't gone entirely to plan, but usually they are a low combined kills a minute team. And they don't give up too many deaths, so that just means they're winning, but without too many kills, usually.
They're very controlling, basically. They like to take games slow and stay...
like a blue player in Magic the Gathering.
Sure.
The Taliyah ban says to me that KC probably need to ban Azir. Otherwise, Jackie can get these Azirs, unless Yahoo is comfortable playing things like the Akali and that into it, because the Taliyah already taken away, the Orianna taken away as well. Means there's not a huge amount of answers still left there in that mid pool for her, so maybe the Azir here, but no Caitlyn. So I think Azir first pick makes a lot of sense here for Jackies.
Seems to be the way they'll go.
So the question is, what does Yehu want to bring out into it? What have we seen from him? You asked about the Akali. We saw his LeBlanc. Will we see it come back? It can be a good matchup.
I mean, he was doing fairly well in that lane, but
his bot lane was getting destroyed.
Yeah, that was the main problem. Yeah.
Could also just be a Rise. Like, Vi Rise is completely fine. I mean, this is one of the one thing I quite like about KC is I feel like they just put such heavy priority on, like, oh, we think Varus is good, we think Yunara is good. If they're open, we pick them. And they're pretty consistent and reliable at doing that. So they've got themselves already a champion that Kalista is super comfortable on. As far as I can tell, this is his most played champ of the split. Yikes. Yikes, Vi does have a bit of a history.
It does, but recent memories of Yikes Vi, much better.
Well, yeah,
Hasn't
that's
played
because
it
there
this split.
aren't any.
Hasn't
That's
played
why.
it this split. That's it. Maybe I just have rose-tinted glasses. I remember at the start of last year, struggled. End of last year, pretty good on the pick.
His career, like his career win rate on Vi is not the best.
Do you want me to have a look?
Yeah, no, you can go ahead.
nosy.
It's something like, I think it's around 50%, but yeah, historically, his Vi hasn't been his strongest performing champion.
So his career win rate, 67.2%.
Yes.
His Vi win rate, 54.1.
Yeah.
So it's about 13 percentage points worse than average, which is not great. We'll put that out there.
It's also going to be a struggle into the matchup that we're seeing here as well, because the Nami definitely good at separating that follow-up, which I do like that they went for the Nami, because you can see a lot of deliberation between do we go jungle or do we go support on Giant X's side. I think taking the Nami, because there's a window here where Casey could have responded with a Lulu for the Yunara, you ban away some champions that could be struggles and open up a very strong bot lane. But by taking the Nami, it's good into the Vi, you still have options in the jungle. Yeah, who's going to go back towards the Aurora that he had a fantastic game on, if I remember correctly before.
He doesn't actually played it this split yet,
No?
as far as I can tell. But the Aurora that really comes to mind is Chovy's performance that happened fairly recently, which was absolutely spectacular. The thing that surprises me is picking Aurora into Azir is Aurora's inherent weakness is her range. And in lane, you really want to be a big lane bully. You want to fight your opponent as often as you can, because I do think that really late into the game, she just kind of fall off. It becomes a lot harder to actually one-shot people. So picking it into Azir does surprise me, but then I remember Kana's on the roster. And they do have the ability to flex this champ to both mid and top if they need to.
If I remember correctly, though, Jovi started building Proto Belt on Aurora into the Azir matchup, so basically you can help to close the gap. But also, if you ever get shuffled by the Azir, you just throw down your own ultimate and you just get pushed into the Aurora ult and then teleport to the opposite side. So you do have some safety. I think that's the biggest worry when you're playing against the Azir, especially if you've got a strong jungler to pair alongside it, is the ability to burn a flash, then repeat gank with the Emperor's Divide, and just make it impossible for you to survive in the lane.
I think that Mundo ban is very good. When you have a champion like Aurora, when your focus is very much about one-shotting champions, having a tank like Mundo just makes it so much harder the later into the game that you go.
Also relatively low CC so far on the side of KC, right? If you're going in with a Vault Breaker, you're burning through that Mundo passive, but then you're going to use Cease and Desist on the Mundo to try and get him locked down in place. Pantheon the next ban for KC. Gnar and Alice are removed by Giant X. KC likely to look towards their support here, playing into that Corki Nami lane.
Yeah, to me it feels like Giant X are trying to set up for Cassante pick. Get rid of the Gnar, you've already got rid of the Rumble, and try and make it a little bit easier for loss on that top side against Kana. So I am curious what he wants to try and take into there. Could go Gwen, and Renekton also another pick, because I do imagine, it'll be the support here, the Lulu that we were talking about, and then Cassante here for Giant X.
Now, are they going to go with another carry? Why do I feel like I'm expecting another carry from KC?
I think you have to in this position. Like, Orin's gone,
But
Cassante,
when you go
Sion's
Lulu, you
gone.
want another engage or something alongside the Vi has kind of always been my instinct, because if you just go in with a Vi, there are lots of ways to make it difficult to follow up, like Nami ult plus Azir ult. Like, sure, your Vi goes in, she's not bothered by anything, but everything else doesn't quite have the same effect. Of course, Vi Aurora, a fantastic backline threat.
Really
yeah, and Poppy's going to add insult to injury. So there's a lot of disengage on the side of GX. Their engage, though, very weak overall. If they're good at playing around range and playing through poke, then you can see how the composition works. You basically keep KC at arm's length, you outrange them, you outpoke them, and then with your health advantage, you start off objectives. But that does require you to play the patient game. KC, I feel like they need a little bit more engage, but let's see what direction they go for.
Go something like Jace, or that'd be spicy, Buzz.
It's not going to be picked. We've seen Boostio hover the vein a few times, so it would be really spicy.
Okay. Or,
He's going another carry. Okay.
Okay, so the good thing about Gwen is I was thinking about how teamfights play out around objectives, and Poppy ultimate is so impactful, right? Gwen can always just put down the W and then mitigate the fact that she would get knocked away, and it allows you to actually follow up on the fight. So that obviously as well with Gwen having a good matchup into the Cassante, doing a huge amount of damage to him. We'll see if Kana can dominate that top side, and I like it for team fights later on.
I mean, I also just think that so Aurora Vi is supposed to be your early to mid game bridge, and then your Gwen and your Yunara with a Lulu on top is supposed to be your late game insurance. KC also have very strong side lane presence, and they should be able to outscale through sides. Again, though, GX have a lot of range and a huge amount of disengage. Now, this might not be a bad thing for KC, because the thing that you've been reminding us all, Medic, is that KC don't actually fight a lot. They're not a bloody team. They're not one that wins games through just dominating you in the fights. They usually win through good map control, good lane assignments, good vision setup, and playing around that vision. And so if you want to try and play the slower game against KC, GX are going to have to very much rely on their execution and make sure they don't fall into any early game blunders to make sure that they can play the game that they want it to be played.
About to get into game 2 of this series. GIANTX trying to fight back from a 1-0 deficit, trying to make this the only series of the first week of playoffs here that goes all the way to 3. Heretics awaiting the loser. KC, after being dominant in game 1, have picked composition. It seems a little bit harder to play overall, but they have shown us a lot throughout this split, and we'll see if they can continue building up that blue wall. Isma here. It's just going to be spotted by Yike. Ward comes out.
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with you, Medic. I generally don't trust EU teams with range supports. Like, I think that Engage is so core to how we play League that having a reliable Engage is super important. And so range supports, like, I'm very critical of our teams domestically and how their ability to execute.
Yeah, but the thing is, this isn't just about range Lulu. This is Engage Lulu. Because when Vi goes in, you press or on Vi,
you can't
and it's
do that,
double knock-up. She is the Engage, Benny.
Also,
that's the thing.
Bard is a range support, and we spent game 1 praising these two guys as Jun's going to try and heal. Flash coming forward as they look for the chase. Jun cannot escape. Engage
Lulu! Engage Lulu!
They ran them down. 2 versus 2 at level 1. I mean, Busio continues to make a case for why he's the best support in the league right now, and he finds a kill onto Jun a minute into the game.
You doubted them. I don't.
Okay, we're 1 minute in. Okay.
I mean, you also said you don't trust EU players with range supports. Neither of these guys are EU players. They are playing in EU.
That's true, man. That's true. I mean, this is the thing, though. I think that range supports are continuing to become part of the meta, and our teams are going to have to get better, and they are getting better at it. And I think Busio is a clear example of that. We'll see how the rest of the game progresses, but a good start for KC. They're able to find that advantage already in the bot lane. Game 1 was a Kana solo kill. Game 2 was a bot lane 2v2. I mean, the laners of KC, not only are they reliable, but they know how to find their own leads.
It is unfortunate, though, for GIANTX, because Jun really has been having a spectacular split, and it's kind of been one of the big talking points alongside Noah about how they have performed in the 2v2. But here against KC today, Jun just hasn't been having the best time. The Bard didn't look great, the ultimates were mistimed, and now losing out on the level 1 as well. It just hasn't been the day for the GIANTX bot lane.
Yeah, I think back to the game that Busio was on the caster desk, and he talked about the Jun game versus Koi's bot lane, where they brought out the Elise Caitlyn, and he absolutely dominated on the Elise and was able to successfully make that game, that pick work for them in the game. But here, yeah, in the 2v2, KC definitely has the advantage. But here comes the junglers.
Busio going to get caught out for the start. Noah using that Valkyrie for the extra damage. Busio, no flash, no heal, no life left as Isma claims the kill.
The disengaged Lulu significantly worse than the engaged Lulu there. Couldn't quite run away. And GIANTX get a nice turnaround, but Isma with a good play towards that bottom side as well. And now Kalist has to abandon the bottom side because Yike has gone towards that top crab, which means Isma can just recall in this bush and deny all this CS.
Isma with the nice interrupt, but you hit the nail on the head. The double crab and the potential invade coming through from Yike. Looks like he wants to steal away that Gromp if he can. Looks like he's just going to recall, wants to go back to base instead. Doesn't want to wait too long, especially given that he's expecting the recalls to come through soon. It also looks like, based on the pings, GX is aware that Yike may very well be on that Gromp. I wonder if that'll affect Isma's pathing at all. Ultimately, though, it is KC with a small gold lead, even though Kalist was denied a lot of farm and experience after being pushed away from that bot wave. He's still ahead in XP, and he's still ahead in gold.
getting that first kill, obviously going to be really good for him. Isma picking up the kill for Giants means that he can have a bit more impact with that gold across the map, but does put Noah about 300 gold in the hole. Kana once again getting pushed on the top side as expected in this matchup. A lot has kind of been put into, hey, be a tank, affect the game later on duty so far this series, and Kana is taking full advantage of it by snipping his way through the Giants top laner.
Yeah, I think this is why it's so hard to play against KC in the early stages, because like you want to put resources into getting bot lane back in check. Because Kalista and Busio have an incredibly potent 2v2, but it just means that Kana ends up constantly finding these leads in the 1v1
Good
bus.
bubble, heal coming out. Kalista's going to have to use the barrier here as Noah chases him down. Flash away from Kalista, looking for the damage onto Noah, but an Ebb Flow will heal him up. Still a 1-for-1 exchange between the AD carries.
Very close, but it is end up being the 1-for-1. Busio and Kalista try to kite up into River so you can deny those auto attacks from Jun, and it's just enough that Kalista ends up getting a kill before he drops.
The good news for Noah is the wave is in a much better spot for him. It is slow pushing towards him. There's not much that Busio can do to clear this out, and you can see the farm is just disappearing. Busio is doing what he can to catch it, but this means that as small as it is, it's still an advantage for Noah.
Also, Kalista burning his flash and Noah still having his up means that Isma could just look for a gank. Busio's flash about to come off cooldown, but still on it right now as they go in with the phosphorus bomb. Isma on a control ward while Yike starts up the Drake. It sounds like half HP. Does have move of his mid laner first as Yahoo was able to push Jackie's in. Isma looking to steal this away, but decides against it for now.
Isma doesn't have the upgraded smite, so it would have been an advantage for Yike in the smite fight. So Isma backs away, but there we go.
Empress Divide onto Yahoo. Does take one tower shot between worlds. He goes, can dash out, uses the weirding, dashes towards Isma, and then flashes away. Isma with a hammer shot, not going to be able to connect onto Yike.
A bit of a oopsie there from Yahoo. I guess he wasn't expecting Isma to be pathing that way. Forced to burn his flash anyway, even though he tried to get out of that situation without it. Yike, though, chasing down Isma, knows he has the level advantage.
Smite as well. Isma needs to get this low quickly, and he can't get it low enough. Yike comes in with that extra damage on the smite and secures himself the scuttle.
You can see how this is resulting in a decent camp lead now for Yike. He's behind in gold because, of course, of that kill that Isma was able to get, but he's basically closed the gold gap because he's been prioritizing farm. While all that action's been happening on the bot side of the map, Yike has been busy clearing away as many camps and securing all of these crabs. So overall, we find ourselves in a very even game, which is a little bit surprising considering how chaotic the early kills were.
And Busio and Kalista, after getting that first kill, Aqua Prism going to land onto Busio, but not really any more trading coming out from Noah. Gatling gun had expired. They used the Oracles to clear out this ward. So they do have the push for now, but Kalista with that Q can just clear the way pretty quickly. Push it back out when you have those 8 stacks. Noah does exactly the same with a phosphorus bomb and a Gatling gun, so exchange of prio in that bot lane, not really amounting to too much.
I think it's just a waiting game. 50 seconds until the next Void Grubs are up, so you're going to get the reset from Yike. He wanted to try and finish off Tunneler a little bit more, so he's going to come back on towards that bottom side and clear up into that top half, which I imagine he will then try and look for Void Grubs. So I think it's more on Giants to see what Isma can do, to see if he can make some sort of play on that bottom side as the wave is going to bounce. But actually, keep my eyes on Yike. He's just legging it bot lane.
Sprinting down here. Hovering with Kalista. Flash. Cease and desist with the polymorph coming out as well. Good knockback on the Valkyrie. No escape. Taken out by the KC bot side.
I mean, keep it simple. Lane gank, flash is up. Nowhere for Noah to go. He did have his flash, but he was not allowed to use it. KC find themselves another kill. And, I mean, both teams trading blow for blow in the early game.
It's also just really smart. You put Busio forward by himself, he polymorphs, and then you immediately go in. It's like, oh, you can't Valkyrie away, you can't flash away, we're just going to go for the fight. And after that, it was a really good vault breaker as well from Yike with the flash over to stop Noah's Valkyrie, meaning that at that point he's thinking about whether he expends the flash. Don't really want to do that in that sort of situation. Lot did have a freeze on the top side. It's broken now as Kana's able to catch the wave under tower.
Yeah, I wanted to try and have another look because I don't know if Kalista faked the recess.
Yeah, I was wondering because he went back to the
was
tower.
Like holding the wave. Yeah,
I think he did as well.
Was the play, yeah. Yeah, so I think so Kalista fakes the recess. Busio stepped forward to be like, I'm the support holding the wave, which is why Noah went forward with Yike. So that was actually a really cool orchestrated play by KC, like basically playing off of what you expect supports to do in those certain manners.
Really nicely done all around by KC. Playing with the minds of their opponents as Yike tries to get in here. Can't pop breaker close enough to get the smite. Isma secures the Scuttle Crab. Next Drake up in 90 seconds. Second of the game, a little bit about the same pace as we had in game 1, in fact. And with Kalist having a lead and Yahoo having a lead, it should be KC's for the taking, although Noah and Jun do manage to get a bit of an advantage with the wave pushing in. Kalist dodging away from the Aqua Prism. Flank coming out here as Kalist uses the Transcendence to go in. Here's Yahoo. Noah flashing away. Tidal wave out. Stops Yahoo in his tracks.
Does get the flash out from Noah though, which makes him a little bit more vulnerable, especially with a minute until that next dragon. He could be the next opportunity for another Vi ultimate. But yeah, I think the second that Transcendence was popped, Noah and Jun realized, hang on a second, we're definitely not alone in this play.
Yike 5 seconds away from having that cease and desist. Looks to try and catch Jackie's, doesn't land it. Just trying to burn stuff before the Drake comes up. Get as many summoners, as many spells out of Giant X as possible. Resets coming out from Yike, as I think he's got that Sundered Sky now complete. Can build that and then come out towards this Drake.
I have to say, I'm just overall, I like the goal lead isn't significant, but overall just the decisions and the way in which KC are playing is really impressive to me. They seem to have these very clearly laid out set plays and plans, and each piece seems to be executing upon them really well. Now, GX, what's really important about their composition is, remember, they don't have easy engage at all. They do have very good disengage, and they have a lot of range. So they have to take their time and do things like this. Chunk your opponent out before the fight. Nice flash.
Yeah, Bucio was looking for the fight here. Oh, Yike just clips the wall. Doesn't get knocked up by it. Keeper's Verdict coming out as well as Yike tries to escape, but Jun secures the kill. Now with Drake up, Giant X can turn their attentions towards it and stop KC from getting the stack.
The all-in on the top side from Lot as well, taking kind of very, very low, which actually opened up an opportunity where he could have TP'd in, but you've already killed Yike, so Giant X finding some life in this game.
Absolutely. I love what they did. They set up using their prio mid to control the entrance to that top side in the river, and then they found Bucio in the bot side river, who they were able to chunk out. And it doesn't matter if they got the kill because they had that health advantage. Isma then sees an opportunity with an isolated Yike to dive in and secure that kill, equalizing the kill score and securing their first dragon of the game. So very well played by Giant X, and definitely showcasing that they're definitely not down and out just yet.
Imperial Mandate now completed on Jun, gives him so much more power in the 2v2. He's running his way back out towards that bot side. Isma clearing out through his wolves as Yike looks to see if an invade is possible. He's a bit isolated here with the pings coming out on Jackie's, who is moving towards this side of the map to make sure this blue is secured for his jungler. It looks like Yike will have to make do with just a Scuttle Crab as his prize for the invade.
Yeah, we'll spot out where Isma is though, which now makes it significantly easy to try and track where that jungler is going to be going. You had the reset coming through from Khan as well, so I don't think they wanted to overextend too much. Just again, get as much information as possible. It is, once more, kind of a, okay, let's see how we can interact with the lanes. And again, it just seems like focus is on bot lane. I think you've got the setup for Yike. Flash isn't up for Noah, so I think that's where KC want to try and put their attention. And it's going to be on Isma to try and shut that play down.
Giant X with a small lead, but really nothing too consequential for either team in terms of advantages so far. You can see like 250 gold the max. That's a dagger at most, you know. It's a little bit of attack speed, nothing more. Next Drake's still 3.5 minutes away, and with the Kraken Slayer complete on Kalist, I think the question will be in a lot of people's minds is, can Kalist carry from this sort of position? Like, he's 3-1, has Kraken Slayer first, he's in a really strong spot. He's shown us throughout the year, well, I was going to say years, but kind of year and a half that he's been around, that he is an incredible AD carry when it comes to team fighting, and here there's a lot of eggs in that Kalist basket.
But the thing is, he's actually not massively far ahead. Noah has just reset, finished the Triforce, but Jackie's
forced low, forced to flash. Kalist begins to open up, and Jackie shifts his way across. The answer is yes, it seems.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, with
oh,
the
no! Jackie thought he could stay around, but Kalist flashes in. Cleans it up at the end.
The very edge of the W from Kalist, connecting to interrupt the base, and then the flash into E. Ooh, nicely done by Kalist. 4-1-0. Now is in the river.
Yike looking to de-engage. Yeah, who going between worlds and is on the wrong side of it. Isma now looking for Yike. Guess they're not back into him, but no stun. Keeper's Verdict out with the wild growth on Yike. Should be able to get another Bolt Breaker out. Smites Isma for the slow, and will be able to get himself away to the Gromp.
I do feel like that it's Yahoo who's supposed to be doing the burst in that situation, not Noah, but Noah does...
Have you not watched any Corki games?
You're right, that's my bad, yeah. Noah really just out-damaging Yahoo in that little skirmish, forcing him to immediately retreat. He's going to go back to base with that Trinity Force. That is a very powerful spike for the Corki.
Yeah, alongside the Imperial Mandate, there's so much damage, but we're going to get to see this again as Kalist just happy to take the fight. Knows that Busio is going to be there in a second, steps back, gets the shield, gets the Whimsy as well to speed up both himself and the auto attacks. And then Jackie's thought he'd have the quicker reset, but just about Kalist is able to clip him and get the kill.
I mean, if you're Azir in this situation, you type enemy AD carry no flash. Track that, ready for the next fight.
Lulu, no W.
Yeah, Lulu, no W indeed. 20 seconds until the Rift Herald, so maybe they can punish Kalist here. Of course, again, want to remind you how difficult it is for this GX composition to really find engage. Their actual CC is very limited. You've got a Nami bubble, you've got an Azir wall, you've got a Poppy CC into wall and knock up. And then whatever Cassante does.
Put the Nami E onto Noah and he Valkyries forward to get the slow and the auto attack.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then you can get the wave after.
Also, you've probably killed someone then because you have a Trinity Force and Imperial Mandate. So assuming that Busio isn't nearby to top him up, it's actually quite a devastating combo. But now at 1.2k lead for Kalist as Noah goes in. The polymorph comes outside a wave. Kalist able to dodge to the side of it. Tries to open up onto Jun, dashes forward, Kalist takes him. Noah next up, it's 2! A double for Kalist. Yike dies on a dive as Isma and Lotta coming in. The TP from Kana as well. They'll look for Yahoo first as they collapse onto him. Keep us burning with a knock-up onto Kana, but meanwhile, Yahoo just falls. Busio now joining in as Kana opens up the wild, goes topping him up, but it won't be enough. So Jackie's died in the top lane, and then Yike and Yahoo died for it.
So while Kalist is smurfing everywhere on the map, the rest of his team is getting a little bit chaotic. Skirmish is happening on the top side. Yike, a dive ends up going wrong. Kana he's committed to getting these plates, and he doesn't care who's in his way. Will lose about 50% of his HP, but then will back off. Let's look back at what happens on the top side here.
Yeah, so they get the ult, but Jackie's immediately throws him under, which I imagine then comes with an Emperor's Divide attached, which it does. So Jackie dies, Yike goes down.
It's a 2-4.
But it's then the TE that finishes off as Yahoo definitely does not have enough to get through the 2 tanks, and they deal a lot of damage at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't actually realize that Jackie's died at the top end of that play, but ends up going the way of GX overall on the top side. That doesn't take into account that that Kalist and Busio got a 2v2 in the mid lane as well, securing themselves 2 kills. GX, though, they've snuck away the Dragon, so a potential win condition for them there is neither team really that close to the soul for now. Herald, though, should be the next option for KC, as Yike will head towards there straight away. And Yahoo has to recognize he's on the weak side of the Rift.
Yeah, but playing away from Kalist seems very weird to me as KC, because he's so strong. You've got 2 items now completed on him. You should have been able to just play through these dragons and be the one that are actually stacking up these objectives, but instead in trying to make that dive on the top side, there was always a chance it was going to go wrong right as Dragon was spawning. Now you're looking for cross maps instead, and it just buys windows of times for Giant X to kind of get gold into some of their key carries like Jackie's.
Jackie's will be able to pick up the tower, puts the Sundist down immediately, and Yahoo backs away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane with the Rift Herald charging in, Giant X can't defend their tier 1. A tower apiece. First one was picked up, though, for Giant X, so they get that little bit of extra gold for the first turret of the game. Kalist at 2 and a bit items, Noah at 1.5 or so, we'll say. So about an item lead for Kalist. Fiend Hunter Bolt so powerful on the Yunara.
I like what this attack, though, from Giant X. They know that Kalist can eventually push in mid, and then they'll be able to rotate top. So instead, Jun kind of cheats tempo, immediately runs into top side, denies any sort of push here for KC, so they can't really establish themselves in the wave. And now it gives them a little bit more breathing room to push the wave with Jackie's, get some vision down firm, and kind of combat KC, setting up vision to rotate through this river.
Isma's recall getting stopped there by Busio, but they do still have a ward in that bush, and you can see now Isma cleaning out some of the wards that Busio has tried to lay down around this Baron pit. Just trying to get as much vision as possible. Busio just like, every now and again just presses S. It's just like, hey, you guys can chase me here if you want. Last time that worked out so well for you, didn't it? Just
the mind games.
Exactly, it's what you got to do. Lands the
I don't think we're allowed to talk about the StarCraft clip with it here.
Oh, true, yeah. Talking about the Idra one. Yeah.
good clip.
That was the one where Day9 and Apollo just lose them all.
Yeah, I mean, can you blame them? Imagine if that happened in League, man. Like, it's just a Nico clone walks that to you and the enemy team just FFs and you're like, what on earth is happening?
You know, back in the day, you could FF. I mean, I think teams can FF. I've just never seen a team do it.
One of those like frowned upon things. Technically legal, but in terms of sportsmanship, frowned upon. It's like selling all your items at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Technically allowed, not really allowed.
It also just ruins stats.
Yeah, that's the reason we don't allow it that much. It's like, please
stats.
don't. I would not like to think this Yorick built 5 tiers. It just ruins all of my numbers.
And won the game? That's insane.
Okay, this top tower is going to be the next objective for KC. They've got many people here. Isma, he's going to face check.
Jackie's trying to chunk out Yahoo before the fight begins and does manage to do that. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, no one put the damage down onto Busio. Isma still looking for the chase. As Yike and Busio are able to retreat towards the top side of this. Kalista's gone back to mid, which means KC have given up on the play pretty much. Yahoo needs to be a bit cautious, though, because he might get flanked by Jun and Isma, and Yike is there to protect him.
So though you're getting the push in mid, so now Kalista gets the move as Noah has to catch the wave. So now Giant X no longer have that presence on the top side. So Yahoo, I'm surprised he ulted for the wave, but KC's still threatening on this top half.
He did like no damage. I feel like Yahoo is not a threat right now.
And he's got a blighting jewel and a rocket belt.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him pushing towards that tower and how he just got chunked out by Jackie. This is what I was talking about when it comes to range. Azir should outscale the Aurora the later into the game we go. You're very reliant on Kana being that kind of late game carry threat. Obviously, once Aurora gets more items, her ability to, well, one-shot squishies is still going to always exist. Let's see what happens here. Water's being cleared up. It is a blast cones over the wall.
Looking for Yahoo. Will get the slam. Doesn't quite get the CC. Yike goes back in with the Vault Breaker. Isma heals up with the Sundered Sky. Kalist and Busio moving across. The TP coming out from Kana as well. Jun here to help defend Giant X, but that tower is pretty damn low, and they don't have the rest of their team. KC begin the fight as 5. Cease and desist going in the tidal wave. Kana blocks it with a hallowed mist, but Giant X still able to disengage. The tower does fall. Meanwhile, Lot TPs into the back line. Kalist trying to get in here as well. Unable to join the fight yet, and Kana is left by his lonesome. The shutdown goes to Noah. KC overextending the top side.
KC tried to hard force the play, but they don't actually end up getting anyone with the lockdown. The tower falls, but so do some members.
This is exactly how GX want their comp to work. Disengage, disengage, disengage. You then get frustrated, you overstay your welcome, and you end up paying for it. And look at how easy it is for GX to just push KC away. Not only do they have a lot of long range to already chip down damage, there's the ulti from Nami, stopping the smoke coming in from Busio. The flash, the dash from Jackie's. Now Kana, isolated from his team once the TP flank comes in from Lot, and there's nowhere for him to go.
Huge ultimate as well from Isma, knocking Kalista out of the fight. That damage dealer that we've been speaking of meant it was just nothing to actually take down some of these low health members. Now again, a failed dive top, losing a Chemtech Dragon. I feel like it's deja vu.
And Casey's lead is all sitting on Kalista right now. Giant X able to bite back in the mid lane. Jackie's has the Zonias and the Nash's tooth complete. They are one Drake away from Soul. Casey, after having that early lead, haven't played around their AD carry too much. They've been looking towards Yahoo, trying to protect him a little bit. They're going to start up the Baron, though. They do this relatively fast, as Giant X are aware that something is happening. Busio claiming out a little bit of vision. 11,000 now on the Baron. Giant X stepping back, stepping forward. I think they're aware there's something going on, Betty. I don't think they're aware it's the Baron. Kalist begins to back off. Yike still keeping it aggro for the moment. Yeah, as soon as they get the scuttle grab, they'll be very aware. So
Okay,
Yike's like, okay, I'm good. Oh, I'll just back away.
It really felt like they were committing to that. They were saying, as a duo, we can just do this, and they were doing it, but GX could clearly tell that something was going on, and their pressure was unrelenting, so KC was forced off the objective.
It's something we've seen teams do more and more. Now the damage from Baron is down, but Jackie's...
Cease and desist onto Jackie's, who's shifting sands across the wall. Keeper's verdict. Who's going to be guilty? Isma will look for Yahoo and knock him out. In the end, in exchange for 2 ultimates for 2 ultimates.
So, again, you can see how annoying this is. Like, Vi followed the Azir all the way through the wall, then she gets ulted away, and then just to add insult to injury, Poppy ults you too. And it's just like, we can't lock anyone down. And KC have a very similar problem to GX in that their engage isn't the best, but they do still have Vi. Vi is that key point. But if that engage is gone, What else are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I do think, though, it's...
Giants did not clear out the vision around this now.
Yeah.
They'll put the control ward down. They start at the Baron. Yike is on that red buff.
Kana's
a mile away without TP, as you say. 10,000 now on it. Yike can look for the steal. No flash for him, but a Vault Breaker over the wall.
They're not going to flip this, are they?
In tidal wave. Yike looking. Lock going forward. They're going to flip it, and Yike gets it! And Yike gets it, and now Kalist, untouched on the backline, can begin to open up. Noah's going to fall. He's snipped out by Kana. Jackie's forced away by Yahoo. Isma dashing forward onto Kalist. But Giant X have flipped the whole damn series on a single press of a button. And Yike puts them in their place.
Lots tried to keep Yike out of the pit, but they took a gamble, and it did not pay off. 4 members fall. The Baron is secured. A happy B comes from Kalist, and it's disaster for GX.
Yeah, the ult was early from the Nami. Lot doesn't connect as you get the flash over, and it's the smite from Yike that secures it. From that position, KC, they've got everything that they need. They start clearing out these members of Giant X. And you call a medic everything on a flip, and it's just the birds that they get from Yike.
What are they doing? What is this?
Je ne sais pas. Je ne sais pas.
That is a great question, Kalist. I mean, because what they should have done with that Baron is used it as a means to fight, or poke, or anything. Or even... Oh,
not flash over the wall and miss the knock-up onto Yike as he goes in with the cease and desist as a wild growth. The battle Lulu is well and truly online. Tidal Wave comes out for the disengage, but Isma has to burn his flash. With Baron buff now, KC begin to crack through these tier 2s. They'll go through the bot side. They've already opened up mid. And KC, they don't have the best siege in the world. Yahoo is being forced low on the top side. Jackie's going to look for the TP away, knowing that Kana's on his way. They don't have any CC there. So the teleport will get Jackie's to safety.
Just about. Nice steal from Yike. This Baron, though, so far hasn't gotten KC a huge amount. Dragon spawning in a minute's time, so at the very least, KC will deny that soul. This does suggest to me that GX, while they're behind, at least they're still in the game. The game isn't quite over just yet. They have opportunities to stall things out. And okay, yes, they got a decent amount of gold. I will acknowledge that.
But they haven't been able to take as many neutrals as they would like. As many of those towers slam into the wall here as Isma's trying to lock up Kana, who dashes away, has the needle work for the slow as well. Lock goes unstoppable, trying to chase his enemy man, but this is 3 players invested on the top side, and now KC still have a wave of Baron to play with. 30 seconds before that buff goes down. Kalist is pushing through bot. That should be the bot inhibitor tower for him. Not quite. Still has that bulwark, has the plate, so without a wave there, he can't quite take the full turret.
Yeah, I think it's just reset, spend your gold, and get ready for this Dragon Soul. I'm keeping my eyes on Kalist's items, because that is one strong unit.
Yeah, just a bit.
He's 2 full items ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this number at the top here, this nearly equals this number down here. You know, so.
Kana's also 1.6k ahead now as well. Nash's Tooth, Riftmaker, and Dusk and Dawn complete. For Giant X, like, they didn't lose much in terms of stuff on the map, but in terms of stuff in people's pockets, they are very much on the wrong side of the exchange. And now KC able to take the Drake, not soul for them, but they deny the soul away from Giant X.
So, obviously, GX are behind.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the good news and here's the bad news.
Okay.
What would you like first?
Bad first.
Bad news. They're in an 8k gold deficit.
Okay.
There is a pretty significant item discrepancy. And Kalist will murder anyone.
Okay, good news?
Good news is, neither team has a great engage. And I have to keep coming back to this, right? Which is that the reason why KC even got that fight in the first place was because GX was grouped up in a Baron pit. Right? Which makes it that much easier to actually start a fight. And you've already identified their siege isn't the easiest to do against Azir Corki. So GX have ways to stall, and the lack of Dragon Soul threat means that GX don't actually need to leave their base. The only thing they have to be concerned about is a Baron. And if it's KC that start the Baron off, that could be an opportunity for you to find a fight unless you get caught and die.
Seasons this onto Isma, they'll jump onto him with a wild growth for the follow-up knock up. They shouldn't have left their base, Betty.
Now, gentlemen, I have some more bad news.
Okay.
Someone may have died on GX. This will make defending the base a little bit harder. Not all doom and gloom,
I will say it does seem to be easier when you don't press the wild on someone that has a mega dash.
That does help, yes.
Yeah.
But look, wave clear. See?
Yeah.
GX still holding on to the base for now.
Just using this time to deny vision if you're KC, force Giant X back into their base and then suffocate them out of the game.
Because there's a minute until Baron, so we kind of just get to push waves back and forth for a little bit and then immediately just turn over towards that objective. And I think that's where, again, it gets very difficult. The only thing that I think could save it is a huge ultimate from Isma that takes Kalist out of the fight. Because you do have decent items starting to come through from Jackie's. We already saw that Noah can deal a lot as well. But it has to take Kalist out of the equation because this Yunar is so far ahead that if she just gets to open up, you immediately lose the game to Jackie's.
So, neither team playing for their playoffs lives here. An upper bracket berth for the winner of this series. KC looking to make it them. They would play up against G2 next week. For Giant X, trying to avoid a matchup against Heretics, instead continue their way through the upper side of the bracket. But no teams eliminated from LEC versus this week, as we have that full double elimination bracket. 10,000 gold, almost the lead now. And it's not just Kalist who has the advantage. Yike and Kana, 1.5 and 2k ahead, respectively. Sundus down from Jackie's. Yike stealing away the Razor Beaks, because why not? Take as much gold off the map as you can from Giant X. The Baron is up. And Giant X are all 5 in the mid lane. Kana's going down towards bot. Giant X, we might rue their lack of engage a little bit here, but Jackie's goes in. The Emperor's of Eye catches Kalist, who dashes away. Redemption coming out as Jackie's uses the stopwatch. TP's coming in from KC. Yike's already killed off one. A second to follow as Noah falls. Kalist being chased out by Lot, but even he won't die. Giant X once again pull the trigger, and it's them that are getting shot down.
They dive between two towers in the mid lane, forcing a fight so hard in a desperation play to try and take out Kalist. But he stands strong. He has the support of Busio by his side, and he's looking at a 10-1-2 scoreline to close out this series.
How do you try and keep him in check? Now with the Bloodthirster as well, the healing, the movement speed from the Shirelias, everything is just too good at keeping this man alive. And KC with that, it feels like the inevitable has started. Baron falling, mid inhibitor, top lane tier 2 about to go as well. There's just, it feels like there's no stopping them right now.
Yeah, they're having a good time. RKC can't stop them now. A 14,000 gold lead. Now there is a Drake up. A Chem Soul obviously would be nice for Giant X, but I don't think really would impact the game too much. I like the initial play, but after that, you don't really have much to chase further forward.
I also love that Yike immediately jumps on towards Noah to lock him down, to deny any sort of follow-up. And you can see here, Kalist with Busio, getting that move speed, getting that healing, just barely keeps him topped up.
Gentlemen, I'm running out of good news.
Okay. Well, good news for KC fans.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They are in a fantastic spot, and honestly, like, KC is looking incredibly good. I feel like our upper bracket matches are going to be very tense between the teams that we have right now, and that is assuming KC can close this one out, which very much feels like that they will be able to.
I'm just saying, like, that is one of the shallowest assumptions you've ever had to make. You haven't had to dig deep for that one at all.
Excuse me, good sir. Have you not watched the regular season of the LEC versus?
13,000 gold ready.
Yes.
It would be the biggest gold swing of this year, probably, in professional League of Legends.
That probably?
Well,
Probably.
I haven't watched every CB LoL game. I know Katie are really good at losing. We can ask Law, actually. Is Law down there?
Yeah, she's down there.
Did they throw 14k or 15k, Law?
That was a low blow.
I think she's gone now. I think she left.
Yeah, understandable. KC, though, in prime position, pushing through all 3 lanes. Kano up top. Yahoo down towards the bottom side. It was 13k for KC, so it would KT. So
you're saying it's possible.
Yeah. And they have a lot of similarities.
KC could do the funniest thing right now, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
GX, they're going to need a miracle fight to stay alive in this game. The tower will be arisen.
Noah's used to miracles, obviously.
It's true. Oh, Isma. Has he found a flank?
Yeah, but it's only him.
He's found one, though.
identifying the flank, not the hardest thing in the world. Executing on it, pretty difficult.
But he executed it, just no one else was there.
Yes, true. Executing your opponents on a flank, pretty difficult as KC continue to push in. 15k the lead now, as it's going to be triple in here, but Giant X left trying to defend their Nexus tower. Cease and desist in, tidal wave coming out. Kalist dodging away from Jackie's, who was polymorphed as he went in. The Guardian Angel has been propped onto Yike, but Carter diving onto the backline, and Yike still very healthy. Yahoo will chase Slotanisma back to the base, and there's no throws here, as KC will clean it up and take our 4th 2-0 of LEC versus playoffs.
They end with a 19k gold lead. A dominating performance across the whole series for KC. And Kalist at the end, he was looking damn good.
I mean, KC is looking incredibly strong. I'm very excited to see our top 4 teams go up against each other, because I think they've all showcased some very dominant performances. And I mean, yeah, incredible stuff. Player of the series, you can vote Yike, Kalist, Busio. I do feel like people are going to lean more towards Kalist, but I really want to advocate for how incredible Busio has been in this series. A fantastic performance from the bot lane overall throughout this series, and I think both very deserving. They are definitely making a strong argument for the best bot lane in the LEC right now.
Yeah, they really are, and Yike helping them out as well with that early ganking game. One here helping KC out as a whole with the smite to secure that Baron that really accelerated KC in the series.
And I mean, it's important to recognize that KC, their trajectory started strong at the end of last year, and it was a downwards trajectory. They failed to qualify to Worlds when many were expecting them to do so. So to see these roster changes pay dividends already in this position is a great start. Of course, I know they want more. Their expectations is to win, but they're looking in great form, and this roster is looking like a title contender.
I 100% agree. Like, it just feels like there's so many different areas of the map that you have to try and put fires out at once. And that is so difficult when Yike has been absolutely spectacular this split. He has been exactly where he needs to be. But I want to hear from the man himself, who's standing by with Laura.
Thank you so much, guys. And Yike, thank you for joining me after this series. Honestly, really clean. Something that I want to talk about, though, and I see you're smiling already. Your coach was ready to flame your Vi, but I want to say Vi in 2025, not so much, but 2026, good?
This
what do you think?
This might be my year of Vi. I mean, I know I didn't have like the best game, but it was a fine game, and yeah, we found some good windows. I think they have a good draft against Vi, like with the Pop Lucasante and stuff. So yeah, I mean, overall, I think we played decent.
Do you feel like you regained confidence playing the champion? Because yeah, you've come a long way.
I mean, I'm always confident playing the champ, but everyone is trying to make me uncomfortable, but I don't care about that.
Okay, we don't talk about this then. Great performance and great game. Something that was difficult for you, as we said, difficult Vi game to play, but difficult draft to execute as well. Not a lot of tools to engage. Felt like you had to bet on the fact that GX was going to make mistakes and then pick up on this. How hard was it to wait for those opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the easiest draft we had. I think we had to rely a bit on Kalist and Busio kind of smurfing it on bot lane, so that was very nice. And yeah, overall, I think we just have to be more creative playing this draft against theirs. And for them, I guess it's a bit easier. They can play like kind of slow. Pop is good against me. They can play the fights kind of easy, but we found ways to win the game.
I gotta say, between the draft you played last week against Heretics and this one today, I appreciate the fact that you guys are taking risks when it pays and when it doesn't. So what's the confidence level right now? Because people think about KC as the strongest team we have in the league right now. So for you guys to be able to take those risks and pull off those drafts, tell me about the work you've been doing backstage.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working very hard, I would say, the last, or like the whole split so far, and we want to make sure in best of 3s and going into best of 5s, we want to do even better. And I think in Fearless, we're going to be even stronger team, because I think the champion pools are big and all of that. And yeah, I mean, we just keep working hard. I think if we work hard, we're going to get rewarded.
So teams keep on saying that Fearless is going to make them better. Best of 3s and best of 5s are going to make them better as well. Again, being the strongest teams we had in regular season, looking absolutely phenomenal so far. Where would you see improvements for KC? Ramping up to make it as far as you can?
I guess I could see some improvements in like our team fighting. I think that's very important. I think Asian teams are very good at team fightings, and if we want to qualify for internationals, we have to be better at it. I think we're good, but we still can be better.
So it can be better. And the road is going to be very long here, and you have a lot of time to train, of course. I want to follow up on something you've said with Sheep Esports. At the beginning of the split, you were talking about the harsh truth that was the end of the season for you last year, and the learnings you had from this, and the fact that you had to take a step back, focus on yourself, focus on your mindset. Can you tell me more about the work you've been doing on yourself to be focused and be a better version of yourself this year, Yike?
Yeah, I mean, I made a lot of reflections. I thought about what I can do better, what I did bad, everything. I was like, it was a bit of a nightmare, you know, after not qualifying for Worlds. And yeah, I've been working a lot. I think mostly on just trusting myself. And yeah, I want to be more confident, and I think I'm showing it so far. So I'm very happy with that.
It definitely shows. I see that PGL is ready. Your support is here, ready in PGL. Do you have any message for Busio after this series?
Yeah, you smurfed, Taran. Good job.
Good job, man. And good job
Thank
to you
you
as well. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Yike. We're going to send it over to PGL to wrap up this week. Take it over, guys.
Thank you very much, Lore and Yike. Distinct pleasure to be joined by Busio after that was an insanely dominant series. Super one. We expected you guys to win. I'm not gonna lie. I think you were the favorites, but that was a stomp through the bottom lane. How do you feel about your own performance today? Yike was saying you smurfed it.
I think I did pretty good game 1, but game 2 I made some mistakes. Like when I died on the crab, I literally calmed. I can't walk near the wall here because Poppy's gonna be there. And then I walked there and I just died. I'm like, what am I doing? But other than a couple mistakes, I was pretty happy. I felt like as a team, we just felt very comfortable and on the same page. So it felt very smooth.
I don't want to gouge you too much to trash talk, but were you disappointed by Noah and Jun in this series? Because like you guys killed them level 1 in double range matchup, and like I looked away and I'm like, wait, Jun is dead? Like how? And I just felt like this was not the Noah and Jun that I'm used to. Like yeah, I thought you guys would be better, but not like this.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, we played them in the regular season.
Yeah.
And they were also being hyped up as like one of the best bot lanes, and they also had a rough performance versus us. So maybe it's like mental block or something, because I think they should be pretty decent. So probably just a bad performance.
Are they the scrim gods in your experience that have been hyped up? Like
no.
No.
But I've seen them play before, and they play pretty well. So I think they just.
This was like the narrative that followed GX all of last year. In case you missed it in your time on FlyQuest,
Yeah.
like they were supposed to be the kings of scrims. Like it never showed on stage, but the scrims were supposed to be insane. So
I see.
Kind of sad to hear that has fallen away. We were holding on to that. No, we were holding on to that one. I do want to ask you about this next play. It's our Euronics play of the day. Yike, the king of objective steals. Although some of the credit goes to the opposition.
I mean, that was like.
Like you can see the replay here. The monitor's a little bit far away, but when we get into it, this is, yeah. Talk me through what were you thinking in this moment?
I mean, right now I'm like, oh, we're so strong on Yunara, but the map is so hard to play. What am I missing? And then the enemies just hit Nash as 5 people all in 1 pixel. So we had like the freest fight. Like even if we lose Nash, by the way, they're all gonna die because their positioning was not for the fight. It was purely for finish. So yeah, I think even after Callista's like, thanks for the donation, you know? Like we were in a tough spot, honestly. And they were just a bit overzealous with the Nasher.
Yeah, in a world where they play more for the fight, where they don't give you that setup, like, did you guys feel like you had a firm grasp on the game? I know Laura was talking to Yike about how some of the angles with fight in that game were hard. The Poppy was looking really strong against a lot of what your composition was doing. What does that game look like in your head? Like, what's your game plan to get that control of the map if you don't get donated a Baron Nasher?
Yeah, I mean, it just has to be like, we have more pressure on side with the Vi, so when we move mid, it should be with a numbers advantage from a side laner. And as long as someone is on the side pressuring their backline, or Yunara will actually win the front to back versus Corki. But we were just kind of getting in weird situations over and over, so then we lose vision, so then Corki's able to poke us and stuff like that. So we just had to like kind of reset, have a fresh round, and then play to that condition again. But yeah, then they started the Nash, so then the game ended fast.
That's League of Legends, baby. You never know what teams are going to do. Of course, our Kia player of the series was Calist, popping off, had the scoreline. Our casters tried to give you credit. They tried to say, guys, you're going to vote for the big scoreline. Don't forget supports exist. But I feel like you're probably used to this in your experience in your career. Is like, if there's ever a vote between an 80 carry
supports
support,
have to be used
I
to
feel
this.
like supports just always lose that vote, no?
Yeah, probably. I mean, like getting kills is exciting, you know? So like, fair enough.
It works out. I'm curious, we talked about Noah and Jun specifically, because this was a bot lane that we were definitely looking at a lot, and while they didn't show their best today, who do you feel like is the biggest competition for you guys in the context of 2v2? Like, regardless of what else is going on in other teams, in the 2v2, who do you think is putting like the most pressure on you guys?
I'm not really sure.
Because no one's doing it?
That's a humble way of saying nobody.
Yeah,
Sure. Is this the humble way of saying that you guys are just like that good? Or are you just not sure because it's just like, oh, some people...
There's a lot of good bot lanes. Or is there no good bot lanes?
I don't know. I just think when me and Kalista are like on the same page and both just understanding our matchup, we never have trouble. But like when we're misunderstanding or not on the same page, then we can lose bot lane to anyone. So like...
so you're your own worst enemy.
Yes, I guess.
Yeah. That's fair. That's a nice spin on it. I'm curious, what percentage of the matchups do you feel like? Because I don't think we're seeing a lot of different stuff in bot lane. Like, admittedly, there was a Pyke today, but bot of all the champion pools feels so stable compared to the rest of the map. It seems like you could master every matchup.
Lulu, some Nami, some Bard.
Maybe. But like,
There's
what percentage? How often is it happening that you guys are actually desynced? How many matchups do you think are there where you guys are really not?
What specific champions
what
should
specific?
we?
Don't leak. Don't give me the leaks. I don't need that on my. I got enough people calling me G2 bias. I don't need that on me.
I don't know. It's just like once in a while in the scrim, like the way I want to play level 1 is differently. And then like in the game, we don't talk about it. So then like I assume something or he assumes something. So then we have some issues and then we talk about it after and then it doesn't happen again. So yeah, I don't know what percentage of games, but occasionally.
On occasion. I mean, not showing very much on stage, as we can see from your nearly flawless win record thus far. Bigger picture, you've been asked a lot about like, you know, coming over here, North American player in Europe. What do you think is like the #1 thing that you took with you from NA? Because all of last year, I had to listen to Azael, shout out Azael, hype you up. No matter what was happening on FlyQuest, like, Inspired could have killed 3 people and you could be like, nah, but look at Busio. So I got to know, because it felt like you went through this huge glow up last year. Feels like you're continuing that into EU. But what was like the biggest lessons over the last year that you kind of brought into this year in EU?
I would say like on my time on FlyQuest, like the biggest leaders were Whippo and Inspired. So I think from both of them, I like learned a lot about how to think about the game and whatnot. And then coming over to KC, I'm more of a leader, you know, because on FlyQuest I was just like a secondary leader to Inspired most of the time. So now I'm just kind of taking my best learnings from them and trying to apply it to my new team.
How comfortable is it? Like, is it difficult to also be thinking about, because you said you were a secondary leader, Inspired, unsurprisingly, a very vocal player, but how has it been kind of taking on that extra responsibility? Does it feel easy because you've had so much experience with people that you could take lessons from? What's that been like?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like the shot caller of our team. I think we just work together very well, and it's pretty easy with this group because almost everyone is vocal. And you know, when everybody says what they want and says what they need, as a jungling support, like you're spending the most time looking at the map. So if they give you all the options and whatnot, it's very easy to make a good decision. So yeah, it's been good.
Well, next up you're facing G2.
Yeah, we can look at the bracket.
Yeah,
but G2 up next.
Any thoughts, any feelings?
The old former reigning champions, I guess.
So you're not scared of Hansam and Labrov. That's what you pretty much said.
That's what we've learned. We gave you the opportunity. You could have said Hansam and Labrov. You said, and then we talked about it. So if you guys aren't losing to yourself, how are you feeling about the spotlight matchup? How are you feeling about the match versus G2 in general?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think too much about it. Like, honestly, I just go into and like look at the champions. I don't even think about the team or the players or whatnot.
Yeah.
Because I think that's like a good way to just keep it simple. You know, just like lock in, load into the game like it's a scrim. So yeah, I'm not really thinking too much about Hansam or Labrov. Just playing our game.
Fair. Most PR answer possible.
You're very diplomatic. You're a diplomatic man. We could tell.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair.
So are you winning or not?
It's a good strategy.
Are we going to win?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. We're going to play the game if we win.
Come on!
You're not even saying to win!
I mean, respectable. You don't want to put too much down. I'm curious. There was a period in time, and this occasionally happens, I hear this from pro players, when they go to international, right? And you play like a Korean team for the first time, like a Gen G of the world, where you just, they kind of aura check you, and you just assume that everything they do is genius. Like, Chovy's really overextended, but you assume he knows something you don't know because it's Chovy. Oh my God. Have you ever experienced that in your career? Have you had that moment? Because the side tangent here is like, that used to be the case for G2, like 2016, 2017. But as a guy who hasn't been in the region, I just can't imagine you would even remotely think that. But I imagine there is a team where you've gone up against them and gone, oh, they're not inting. They must know something that I don't know.
I mean, yeah, probably. Like, anytime you load onto the Rift against a top Eastern team, it kind of feels like you're loading into the Rift at a disadvantage. So, like, maybe everybody's playing a bit too scared and not comfortable enough. But like in a best-of-5 series, I think like after game 1, you kind of break out of it. You're like, oh, they're human too. They're just players. Let's just play the game. So it's like a game 1 nerf at most.
Nice. Yeah, I was curious because I've often seen like one of the biggest problems with having teams and regions. It hasn't been the case in Europe because KC obviously won last year. We had MKOI doing really well. As you end up in these decisions, and you might have experienced it last year on FlyQuest, I'm not sure, where you just see enemy team misplaying against you because you guys suddenly get this aura. So interesting to see that perspective. Talking about what we have coming up next week, it's an absolute doozy of a schedule. But I would love to get, if you can't predict your own game, we'll have to see maybe some of these other games. Na'Vi versus MKOI. We've got a little, you know, Fnatic Vitality. Some of these are easier than others. I want to hear Na'Vi versus MKOI because Na'Vi for us, hard for us to say how good they are. They continue to succeed. They did well in best of 3. Obviously, they were just behind you guys in the standings. What are your thoughts on that Na'Vi versus MKOI matchup?
It's just champions.
Bro, stop. Let them be diplomatic, Jack.
Probably MKOI. Because, you know, they should be a better team in a series. But, like, I did watch Na'Vi yesterday, and they were owning.
Yeah.
But I will say MKOI. I'll give you an answer.
You'll give me the MKOI? I like it. To be fair, I'm kind of leaning that way too, but I feel like I'm constantly underestimating Na'Vi. I keep expecting it to... It was best of 1, cool, you played your funny champs. Best of 3.
Feels like they're going to run out of steam eventually.
It feels eventually like it's going to happen, so we'll have to find out. Regardless, Busios, thank you so much for taking the time. Congrats again on yet another dominant win. Really excited to see you play up against G2 next weekend. That's going to do it for us, guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to be back. It's 4 days of LEC in a row, and it starts on Friday. If that sounds confusing, trust me, it is. But it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 4 days of games. So tune in. We're starting a day earlier. Otherwise, it's going to be the same normal schedule. No more of this Monday, Tuesday nonsense. So thanks again for watching. Shout out to KC and Busio, and we'll see you guys next time.
Nice play from G2 as they look for a little bit more ice, so I think he has the distance.
And Voltbreaker coming out, Hans Sommer flashing for it, looks for the build over Peacemaker and finds his man. A headshot from Hans gives G2 2 on the board.
I'm TPing, guys, I'm TPing. This is Mega winning.
Yeah, I was ult as well.
I'm even no flash, I'm even no flash. It's Mega winning. I'm coming.
Actually, I'll super whatever.
Who gets the egg?
Fried chicken.
What? He's TPing?
Oh yeah, he's doing the thing. Okay, anyways.
The Shield Vault still finds the stun. Skewman on his way, but only at the tier 1 right now, as Caps has no way out of this. Uses the command, protect Sheo, though, with a spear to his back. We'll get first blood for Heretics. Ice goes in with a bullet time, a good pillar of ice to stop it, as G2 are just ripping through them. Heretics don't have a leg left to stand on.
Someone forget Logitech mouse on my thing.
Just take it. Give it to me.
Isma, take it.
Actually, no, give. No, guys, the ref is coming. Whoa. She saw me. Shut the up, guys, next time.
Noah trying to jump away. Kalista's on the chase. Noah will fall. Lot and Isma, the only 2 left standing here for Giant X. Isma dives in. Kalist claims the triple.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, with the...
No! Jackie thought he could stay around, but Kalist flashes in. Cleans it up in the air.
I still have ult. I still have ult. No flash. Keep picking something. I still have ult. Keep picking something. Nice, Kalist. Yes, I'm taking the flash. Break back, okay? Not flash. Cancel up. It's not no flash. I'm gonna pop you as well, okay? What are they doing? What is this?
First pentakill of 2025!
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, another.
Crowd's all ready for a dread flying. Their rapid, crazy minds brought the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Let's go, let's move, side to side. go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.